laws for life. Read of the Second Amendment. Here we are again. Good to see all of you folks here tonight. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, so I suppose we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. About to take a bit of a trip to the void. You don't understand. God. Well, looks like Solia Marie was first, Robot Kid second, Unoff third, Disco Geo Dragon, Bob Cardi, Nerve Gently, All by Nature, Del Sol Weirdly, Aaron W. I don't. Yeah. Good to see you all. Well, I guess we'll start in the United States. Today we got something to keep talking about. We talked about earlier this week. Or last weekend? Whatever. Decently. This is CBS News from 11 hours ago, where they were at a meeting in an Illinois community demanding accountability for the death of Sonia Massey.
New calls for accountability after a woman was killed by police after calling 911 for help. Residents of Springfield, Illinois expressed outrage at a town hall yesterday. They are demanding answers for the death of Sonia Massey, who was shot in her own home by a deputy with a checkered past. Charlie DeMar has the story.
I don't understand how you hire a volcano and don't expect for it to erupt.
Springfield residents demanded accountability from local leadership Monday, weeks after Sangamon County Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson shot and killed Sonia Massey in her home.
We are hiring officers who shouldn't even be given the right to wear that badge.
County Sheriff Jack Campbell said he was sorry, but he wouldn't step down.
We failed. We did not do our jobs.
Amen.
Grayson was fired over Massey's death and charged with first-degree murder. He has pleaded not guilty. CBS News has learned Grayson, who had worked for 6 police departments since 2020, had a history of disciplinary issues, including during his time with the Logan County Sheriff's Office in Illinois, where he was reprimanded for appearing to falsify information on a police report.
Terminate lights and sirens now.
And disobeying a command to terminate a high-speed chase until he hit a deer.
Do you agree, before we conclude this, that there's a mountain of policy violations that you committed?
And now, despite Massey's shooting death, the police union representing Grayson filed a grievance against the Sangamon County Sheriff's Office, arguing he was terminated without just cause and calling for his reinstatement. Springfield Mayor Misty Buscher.
What message does that send that the union would fight to reinstate this officer?
So I am a pro-union mayor, but that...
It seems like it's a pro-murder message, mostly. Pro being above the law message. That's what I'm getting from it. But he is technically being held in jail right now. Whether or not this will all And with justice hard to say. This was at the... I think this was at the same meeting. Although there might have been two different meetings today. On this particular topic. This is from Associated Press from 5 hours ago, where the Illinois sheriff spoke.
Why would it hurt you? You called us.
Sonya Massey. I speak her name, and I'll never forget it. I can't imagine the pain that her family and friends feel right now. I'm sorry. She called for help, and we failed her. That's all she did. That's all she did was call for help. And I'm going to say something right now that I've never said.
I gotta say, even that seems to be sort of a, what do you call it? A misconstruence of what happened. Because her calling for help and then having the police fail her is like, trying to think of some good, some good examples here. Like someone steals a bike on her property and they don't find it. They failed her, right? I don't know. Trying to think of other good examples here. So some sort of crime or situation happens, right? And then they don't manage to do their jobs, right? That's a failure. What happened here is she called for help, and then we, meaning the police, this should be the amendment to that sentence, we murdered her, right? The police murdered her. Should have shot her in her own home, killed her. It's beyond failing, right? Failing is, you know. God, I'm trying to think of an actual good example here because it's such an upsetting situation. But I mean, you know, she loses her dog and they can't find the dog. Oh, they failed her, right? She has a string of kids shooting paintball guns at her windows or something, and they don't manage to do anything about it. They don't care and they leave. That's a failure, right? There's a difference. There's a distinct difference between failing and just shooting somebody, you know? Because the fact is she's dead. It doesn't matter whether or not you took care of that call, the original reason she called for, right? Because she's dead. Because you killed her.
In our career before, we failed. We did not do our jobs. I ask Miss Massey and her family for forgiveness. I offer up no excuses. What I do is offer our attempt to do better, to be better. And I close with this. You are the reason I ran for sheriff. My commitment to you has never wavered. It still doesn't. I cannot step down.
You can't step down? I think you can. I don't know. I don't think there's any laws saying that you can't step down. I could be wrong. Maybe there's an Illinois law specific to this, but never heard of that one before. Okay, let's do this to get us started talking about U.S. politics and such. Here is a familiar individual, perhaps to people on this stream. Here's Medi-san on Zateo from a day ago. Project 2025. Everything you need to know in exactly 2 minutes. That's a big promise.
If you believe the polls, Donald Trump is heading for the White House in 2025, and he'll be bringing Project 2025 with him. That's the 920-page policy document filled with crazy far-right authoritarian proposals that you all need to know about and that I'm going to summarize for you right now, all 30 chapters, in just 2 minutes. Start the clock. Chapter 1, turn the White House Council, which is supposed to give the president independent legal advice, into a, quote, activist force for the president's agenda. Chapter 2, root out anyone in the National Security Council or the Office of Management and Budget who's too woke or is aligned with the president's agenda. Chapter 3, replace thousands of career civil servants with MAGA loyalists. Chapter 4, radically increase the defense budget, expand the nuclear weapons production, lift restrictions on arms sales and expel all transgender people from the military. Chapter 5, ramp up deportations of undocumented immigrants, including dreamers, make it easier to detain kids in detention camps and allow ICE officers to arrest migrants anywhere in the US, even without a warrant. Chapter 6, defund the Palestinian Authority, bring back Trump's Remain in Mexico asylum policy and restrict funding for international health organizations like the WHO. Chapter 7, ramp up the use of...
I know we're only at chapter 7 and 34 seconds in, but it's already real bad. Already sounds very bad.
ops and use the CIA to, quote, implement the president's agenda. Chapter 8, defund, quote, unquote, leftist news organizations like NPR and PBS. Chapter 9, get rid of all climate policy from our foreign aid programs. Chapter 10, restrict food stamps and free school meals in low-income school districts. Chapter 11, abolish the Department of Education. Chapter 12, gut renewable energy programs and vastly expand our natural gas infrastructure. Chapter 13, shrink the EPA and shut down the Office of Environmental Justice. Chapter 14, get rid of Head Start for low-income families and ban the abortion pill mifepristone. Chapter 15, ban all non-citizens from living in government-subsidized housing, even if they're living in a family with citizens. Chapter 16, weaken the Endangered Species Act and significantly expand oil drilling in Alaska. Chapter 17, empower the president to investigate his opponents through the DOJ and eliminate the FBI's independence. Chapter 18, make it easier for businesses to discriminate on the basis of religious freedom and, of course, race. Chapter 19, restrict the EPA's ability to regulate CO2 emissions from cars. Chapter 20, force the Department of Veterans Affairs to seize abortion services and gender-affirming surgery. Chapter 21, focus the Minority Business Development Agency on, quote, the evils of socialism and communism. Chapter 22, increase taxes on millions of low-income and middle-class households. Chapter 23, it's just a long rant against China. Chapter 24, should we bring back the gold standard? Chapter 25, punish Planned Parenthood for getting COVID-19 relief loans. Chapter 26, give more of Congress's power to make trade agreements to the president. Chapter 27, abolish the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which has saved consumers tens of billions of dollars. Chapter 28, limit content moderation on social media platforms. Leave.
I'm so glad they got the gold standard in there. I mean, this is the compendium of all historical, at least in the last, century? I might be stretching it there, but it's like the Republican wish list from the last 50 years, all compiled into one thing.
Speech alone. Chapter 29, take away the Federal Election Commission's power to prosecute election and campaign law violations. And Chapter 30, go after companies with ESG, DEI, and other corporate social responsibility programs. That's what's in Project 2025. That's what could be heading our way. And if you want more people to know what's in it, then share this bloody video with them, will you?
I shared it. I did it, Maddie. Chat, you seem to think that he would have been better served with 3 minutes, not 2. It's fair. It's fair. I mean, I guess we could listen to it at like half speed, which would make it like what, 4 minutes, or even 0.75 speed. Do you want to go back? We can do that. We have the technology. Okay, let's go to this. Democracy Now! From 10 hours ago. Ziklag exposed. Secretive Christian nationalist network tries to purge voters in battleground states. How good.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
You really want to go back and listen to it again? At 0.75? I think that the best solution is that once this stream is over, you go back and rewatch this video at 0.75, and then you can get the same experience, but also increase the clicks on the video. Just thinking out loud.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump made headlines this week after suggesting that this year's election could be the last U.S. election if he wins in November. Trump made the comment Friday in Florida at Turning Point Action's Believers Summit.
Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine.
Illegal.
You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
For more on who's backing Trump's efforts, we look at a secret...
I mean, I think I said this before, but that certainly sounds like a dictatorship.
Organization of wealthy Christians who are working to purge more than 1 million voters from the rolls in battleground states and mobilize Republican voters to back Trump. It's called Ziklag. The news outlets ProPublica and Documented obtained thousands of Ziklag's internal files and found the group has divided its 2024 activities into 3 different operations: Steeplechase, which uses churches to get out the vote, and Watchtower, which aims to rally voters around opposition to transgender rights. The third operation, called Checkmate, focused on funding so-called election integrity groups as laid out in this Ziklag member strategy video.
Jesus.
Voter irregularity.
All the chess analogies
are rampant across all 50 states, but especially pronounced in the battleground states. Public polling confirms Americans have lost confidence in electoral integrity. With the federal election already in full swing, more must be done to ensure fair elections in the most important republic in the world.
Did you see that little animation? Candidate 1. Candidate 2.
More must be done to ensure
fraudulent votes.
Fair elections in the most important republic in the world. That's the purpose behind Operation Checkmate and its practical approaches to both get out the vote and clean electoral rolls through our coalition partners. Through these efforts, we have the opportunity to play a significant role in the upcoming election.
ProPublica reports Ziklag's mission is to take dominion over 7 spheres of public life, which it calls mountains: business, science and technology, family, arts and media, church, education, and government. For more, we continue with Andy Kroll, investigative reporter for ProPublica. His recent piece, Inside Ziklag, the secret organization of wealthy Christians trying to sway the election and change the country. Andy, lay it out for us.
Ziklag is a secretive network of ultra-wealthy Christians, conservative Christians, who have this 2-part goal, 2-part vision for this country. One is to get heavily involved in the 2024 elections in the ways that you just described, mobilizing pastors, knocking people off the voting rolls, demonizing trans people to motivate conservative voters. But then looking toward the 20 and 30-year horizon, Ziklag's goal is nothing less than moving the country toward a state of Christian nationalism, having biblical worldviews, quote-unquote biblical truth, shaping, influencing every part of American culture, those 7 mountains that you described. So this really is, as one expert we quoted in the story told us, a vision for Christian supremacy.
Ziklag mean?
Ziklag, the name, refers to a biblical reference about David taking refuge during his struggle with King Saul. The analogy here, of course, is that the Christians in this group apparently feel that they are under siege and that this group is their refuge, but then the place from which they plan their campaign, their assault to take back American culture.
That's a disturbing story. There's more to it. But we're not going to go through the whole thing. Combine that with Project 2025 at the same time. A real problem. All of the weird sort of, what do you call it, like symbolism and like Bible and chess references. It's very ugh. All right, let's go. Let's go here. This is a channel probably many people are familiar with, talking about a particular GOP leader by the name of Mike Johnson, who had a difficult time answering questions about abortion.
A more astute commentator than I can't even remember his name now, Van Jones, would have picked up that the unity at the RNC is sort of papering over the real issues that they have regarding abortion. And part of this is because when they pulled the abortion ban out of the Republican platform for the first time in 40 years, one of the members of the platform committee, Tony Perkins, who's the head of the Family Research Council, longtime right-wing religious leader, said this is just a campaign document. Here's Speaker Johnson asked by Politico's Rachel Blade what that means, that they pulled it out of the platform. Is there so does that mean you're okay with blue states allowing unfettered access to abortion? Because if you're not for a national ban, then you are for states deciding what they're going to do. That means both red states and blue states.
So with the exception of late-term abortion, which the platform, from my understanding, does very, very much call out explicitly, this new position we're hearing from the Republican Party on the issue is, leave it to the states, let them decide how to handle. I know you just said you're comfortable where the party is right now, but doesn't that position effectively mean that the party's okay with blue states deciding to give wide access to abortion?
No, I don't.
No, it doesn't. Wait, what? I was sure there was going to be a yes. I thought they loved states' rights. Is it only in red states? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's
what it means at all. I think that's a...
Leave it to the states.
No, I think it's a recognition of the reality of the politics of the country. I mean, the states are handling it, and that, I was one of the lawyers who went into the courts for decades and argued that Roe was an egregiously unconstitutional decision, and part of the argument...
Oh, okay. Weird. I don't know what you're talking about now. We were talking about whether or not states' rights was a thing. I thought that was one of your favorite things. Now you're talking about being a lawyer? Weird. Very weird, Mike.
Jesus, I say that.
By the way, I rolled a 16. You got Rod Serling for your 12, I think 12 likes right now. Is there more of this? I want to watch. Let's go on. Let's go to this. Why the U.S. has the oldest politicians in the world. Okay. Why do we have the oldest politicians in the world? Tell us, CNBC. I'm sure you have all the answers. As usual.
U.S. politicians are much older than those from other developed nations. President Biden, age 81, exited the 2024 general election as concerns over his age and health mounted.
In North Carolina, right after the debate, he goes down and says, well, yeah, except I have trouble walking and I sometimes get confused. And so now there are some cognitive issues.
The issue extends beyond the presidency.
So we have all of these elderly, in many cases, unhealthy politicians who are in office. The first question is why? Because we have a system for getting people like this out of the political system. They're called elections.
A lot of young people are very disillusioned with the political system.
Former President Donald Trump, at 78, became the oldest presidential nominee in history when President Joe Biden removed himself from the race.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
De facto Democratic Party nominee and Vice President Kamala Harris is 59, about 9 years older than the median registered voter. Her campaign says it drew $100 million in donations in less than 36 hours amid a series of high-profile endorsements.
The numbers we're seeing from the Harris campaign are historic. I mean, I've never seen anything quite like it.
Okay, hold on. What is magical place? Which magical place? Let's look at some of the numbers on this. Here we go.
Over time, the age of U.S. lawmakers, on average, has crept up steadily.
One of the reasons that Congress is getting older is because Americans are too. A lot of that growth has outpaced the growth that we've seen in life expectancy. But there are a couple of reasons for that. One is that in the Constitution, we have age floors in Congress. But there are also a number of other factors that aren't just based on the Constitution. One is that it's really hard to be a young candidate for office.
The age of our politicians is kind of baked into the preferences of our voters. Voters in the US don't want career politicians. They want somebody who is successful in a different job first. And then they want them to bring that experience and perspective to Washington.
The U.S. Senate is Congress's oldest wing, with an average age of 64 across its members when they took office in 2023. The average age of the members of the House of Representatives is 57. Democrats skew older than Republicans across.
So their response is that people have to have a job, some sort of career before politics. That's the reason. Okay, weird. Weird. Not sure I agree with that. I mean, like, I'm trying to think of who, like, every person's career. First person that comes to mind is like AOC, who was a bartender before being a politician. And I mean, this, not that it's not another job, but it's, I don't know. I'm not sure people would call it a career. Thanks for the follow, Thomas Jerome Newton. Hold on, there's more to this. What is considered a career? That's a fair point too. That's a good question. Good question. Is it any job you do for a considerable period of time? Okay, just wanted to look at this because until Joe Biden dropped out, he was the oldest ever to be inaugurated or to be nominated, sorry. But these are the ages of U.S. presidents at inauguration from the beginning until now. And you can see that it sort of sticks within a range. But more recently, it's definitely gotten older.
Were much older when they took the office. Their connections have helped them draw hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign donations, a task that Vice President Harris must now take up.
So if something to watch out for is if it's a certainty that some portions of the tech community are going to stick with Donald Trump versus the vice president. She has arguably a more of a direct line. The likes of Ron Conway and Reid Hoffman, they just know her better. And so with that, she has more of a chance to reel in some people who are more undecided in the tech world into her camp, and even some people who may be leaning into Trump's world a little bit.
The U.S. population today is older than it's ever been, with a median age of 38.9. The age of the median registered voter has increased too. It was 50 in 2019, up from age 44 in 1996. As the country ages, voter turnout is hitting new records, with 2/3 of the country casting ballots in the 2020 presidential election. At the same time, younger voters showed up at lower rates when compared to older generations.
Voting really.
Okay, cool. I think that data maybe, I think, explains it most out of everything that they're trying to use as explanations for this. I think that one, if anything, makes the most sense, right? We have aging demographics in the United States, and people are voting older because of it. Not that younger candidates can't win. Let's go to this. Now, this is unfortunate. This is an unfortunate video and accompanying data which CNN is about to show us. I think many people in chat will be disappointed by this and what conclusions may be drawn, potentially. Here's CNN from 12 hours ago. Electoral math points in one direction for Harris VP pick.
In the 9 days since Kamala Harris replaced President Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket, she has essentially tied Donald Trump in many polls, really across the board. Some suggest that whoever she picks up as her running mate could help give her the edge. The pool of VP candidates is starting to thin out now as of this morning, and I guess it should because they're kind of out of time. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer saying she's not part of the vetting process. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper withdrawing himself from the candidate pool just last night. That is where CNN's Harry Enten comes in. Talk to me about these VP candidates and some of the top candidates, if you will, how they do electorally in their states.
Yeah, so, you know, nationally, a lot of these guys aren't particularly well known, so I think it's important to look at their home states, the people who know them best, to get an understanding, okay, of how popular these guys can potentially be. So this is how much they outperformed Biden's 2020 margin in their last election. All these guys ran in 2022. And the one name that just stands out on this list is Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania. Look at this. He outperformed Biden by 14 points. My goodness gracious, look how large that is. Sometimes I think an answer is just staring you straight in the face. And in this particular...
So when are you saying outperformed Biden? Talking about Biden's 2020 electoral percentage margin, right? So how much he beat Donald Trump by in the votes. And Josh Shapiro here, 14 points in his gubernatorial race.
Josh Shapiro is looking at you right in the face. Look, Mark Kelly's not too bad either, right? He outperformed Biden by 5 points. And keep in mind, he was running in a federal race, which isn't quite apples and apples, right, with a gubernatorial statewide race. But still, 5 points, not bad, outran all the other Democrats in Arizona. Tim Walz, who seems to have been picking up some sort of momentum on social media. But look at this. He only outperformed Biden by 0.6 points. Very much on a different planet than, let's say, a Josh Shapiro, who's the clear runaway winner on this particular metric.
Is there proof that the VP candidate can help him carry a state?
Right. So we look at all of this, right? We go, okay, what does this exactly mean? There is one proven effect for a VP, right? And it is, in fact, this home state effect. Look, it's not necessarily particularly large. It's 0.5 to 2 points on average added to their running mate's margin compared to the baseline. But you know how close
I was
elections.
going to say, that's how much they're going to win.
This is the whole ball game. I mean, Pennsylvania last time was decided by 1.2 points. You look at Arizona, it was decided by 0.3 points. If you're able to add 0.5 to 2 points, that could all of a sudden help you capture a state like Arizona or Pennsylvania, especially when you got guys like Shapiro who outran Biden by 14 points or Mark Kelly who outran Biden by 5 points. They could definitely be the types of candidates who could help put one of those two states over the top.
Which of the top candidates' home states is most likely, maybe most important for Harris or Trump to win?
Yeah, there you go. So if let's say you're choosing between a Mark Kelly and you're choosing between him and a Josh Shapiro, which of these two states is the one that you...
No, not Shapiro. Yes, I know. I know that people in chat, generally speaking, not a fan of Josh Shapiro. I'm also not a big fan of Josh Shapiro either. But I think it's important to look at these numbers. And if anything, I think it's going to give us some amount of insight, at least, into what direction the campaign may go in. And this sort of thing is going to play into it 100%.
We want to provide that boost too. So this will give you an idea, all right? The chance that this state puts either Harris or Trump over the top in the Electoral College. Once again, look at Pennsylvania as the clear runaway winner here. A 30% chance that is the state that puts you over the top in the Electoral College. Arizona, it's just a 4%. Minnesota's less than a 3%. Why is Pennsylvania so important? Well, it has so many electoral votes. It has 19 electoral votes, right? So if you're able to put that in your back pocket, all of a sudden your electoral map for Kamala Harris becomes that much easier, and it makes Donald Trump's map a lot more harder.
Okay. Okay, let's keep talking about all of this here. We're not just gonna leave it with that. This is CBS News as well, talking about the potential VP picks for Kamala Harris in this election.
We are going to begin, though, with new developments in Vice President Kamala Harris's search for a running mate. One of the leading candidates has taken himself out of the running as speculation grows about her pick. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with the details. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Anne-Marie. It's someone who was considered a top contender from an all-important battleground state. It is North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who bowed out yesterday. And I'm told that it has to do with politics within his state. More on that in a moment. But there are still a large number of VP contenders to choose from, and most of them were out on the campaign trail yesterday.
Vice President Harris has been battle-tested.
Hitting the campaign trail in his home state of Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro, a top VP contender, rallied the troops against Donald Trump.
The chaos that he injected into our lives, we don't want to go back to that, gang. We don't want to go back to that. Hell no, right?
Several other VP contenders joined a massive fundraising Zoom call last night. It was billed as White Dudes for Harris and raised more than $4 million.
Donald Trump's unfitness for office is clear.
How often in 100 days do you get to change the trajectory of the world?
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper spoke on the call, too, even as the news broke that he had taken himself out of the running for VP. A source familiar with his thinking says Cooper was concerned that North Carolina's controversial lieutenant governor, Republican Mark Robinson, would, quote, cause chaos whenever Cooper left the state to campaign.
We know that this country needs Kamala Harris more than ever right now.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer told CBS Mornings that she asked not to be considered either.
I'm going to stay as governor until the end of my term at the end of 2026. So
you have
I am not a part of the vetting.
But another Michigander, Senator Gary Peters, may be getting a look at the urging of organized labor.
Vice President Harris has a lot of great candidates to look at, and we respect the process.
The Harris campaign has said she's looking for a governing partner who has the experience to step into the job and be effective on day one.
They are creating an anti-family and anti-child society.
President Trump defended his own VP pick, Senator J.D. Vance, Monday after Vance said people should pay more in taxes as punishment if they don't have children.
He's not against it.
Punishment for not having children. Weird. Very weird.
Illegal.
Pay more in taxes as punishment if they don't have children.
He's not against anything, but he loves family.
Oh, that's what it is.
The Harris campaign is launching its first ad buy today. It's a big one, a $50 million ad buy ahead of the Democratic National Convention in battleground states, featuring the first ad about Harris herself and her background. Anne-Marie?
Sounds pretty interesting. So can we go back to Roy Cooper?
Okay. Gonna keep it moving here. Talking about the election. Let's look at this. This is another CNN vid. Wow, 2 CNN vids in the first third. Painful. This is what happens. Okay. Yes, these are the potential pathways for Harris to win the Electoral College. Now let's take a look. Because things have changed since we last looked at this. This was just over a week ago, I think.
There seems to be universal agreement at this point that this is a brand new presidential race, at least one that is significantly different than it was just 8 or 9 days ago. But how different is it? What's actually changed? It's important to have a little humility here. I guess you could say there's a lot we don't know. But here's what we do. Let's take a look at the map. What I'm showing you right now is the map from 2020, where President Biden was able to win in order to get more than 270 electoral votes. And you see kind of the critical battleground states here, the blue wall of Pennsylvania, of Michigan, of Wisconsin, the Sun Belt states where he was able to flip Georgia, flip the state of Arizona, hold on to states like Nevada. Obviously, that was critical to his victory and really undoing a lot of what Trump was able to do in his victory in 2016. Now let's look at where the race was before President Biden decided not to run for re-election. Now, based on where CNN projections of race ratings stood, Donald Trump was already over 270 electoral votes. That's how bad things were, at least in that moment, for the Biden campaign. Now, it doesn't mean that's where things were going to end up, but it's where the race was in that moment in time. You saw states like Georgia basically out of play at that point. Arizona still very much a swing state, democratically held over a series of elections. State of Nevada was leaning red. So too was the critical blue wall state of Michigan, also leaning red. In fact, when you talk to Biden campaign advisors, including in a public memo written by co-chairwoman Jen O'Malley Dillon, they acknowledge those Sunbelt states that President Biden was able to make headway in 2020, they were pretty much all but out of reach. They said they could still be in reach, but really their focus was right here, the blue wall. They needed to keep Michigan, they needed to keep Wisconsin, and they needed to keep the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So where do things actually stand right now? Well, if you think of where this was the map was 9 or 10 days ago, and you talk to Democrats who made very clear what they needed more than anything else was to hold on to the state of Pennsylvania, to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to hold on to the state of Michigan, to hold on to the state of Wisconsin, that is still clearly the most clear pathway forward for Democrats. The blue wall, as it's known, is still something that the Harris campaign, no longer the Biden campaign, even though it has a lot of the same people, is very much targeting. However, what they say is different, at least both publicly in memos, but also privately, is that what the Harris operation does is it opens up those pathways back down those Sunbelt states. In fact, they think North Carolina is very much a potential in-play state. Democrats have come very close a couple of times, very, very population-driven, much of that population coming from black voters. Georgia now potentially back in play as well, as President Biden did in 2020. Now they say it's a possibility. Nevada potentially back in play as well, particularly if Latino voters, which were sagging heavily in the Biden coalition, start to come back in a major way. What about the state of Arizona, also potentially back in play? Obviously, if you look at the numbers there, if all of those went Democratic, it would obviously portend a very large win for the vice president. Now, that is not...
Yeah. Now, obviously, all those states going Democrat at the same time, unlikely. But the fact is, if all of those are in play, it gives Democrats a much wider sort of margin for victory here. It increases the paths to victory, if you will. What else do we have? Oh, we have one last story here to talk about. CBS News from 9 hours ago. Megan Thee Stallion joining Harris at Atlanta rally.
We begin on the campaign trail, and Vice President Kamala Harris is visiting the battleground state of Georgia for the 6th time this year. She heads to Atlanta today for a rally where she's teaming up with rapper Megan Thee Stallion before rounding out the week with a couple of events in Houston. Former President Donald Trump has a busy few days ahead as well. He'll attend the National Association of Black Journalists Convention in Chicago tomorrow, before making campaign stops in Pennsylvania and the Hamptons. We're bringing you team coverage of the 2024 election. CBS News campaign reporter Olivia Rinaldi is following the Trump-Vance campaign. Let's go ahead and begin with CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who is in Atlanta covering the Harris campaign. So, Ed, Megan Thee Stallion, the latest musician to put her support behind Harris. How did these two get connected, and how important is Georgia for both parties?
Lindsay, good to be with you. They go back a few years. I know I was scrolling her Instagram, for example, this morning, and there's photos of Megan Thee Stallion at the vice president's residence a few years ago for a women's history event. So no surprise that she's offered up her services to the vice president and that she will be here tonight to provide just a little more star power to a crowd that's expected to be in the thousands. I don't know if you can see, and Daryl's going to show us here, we're on Hank Aaron Drive here, south of the Georgia State Capitol. The first person to get in line got here, she told me, around 9 a.m. That's more than 10 hours before this event is scheduled to begin. These ladies have been here, they're scooting their... See, you'd think we were at a Bulldogs or a Panthers game here in town, but in fact, they're all here for the vice president. And I asked one of them, I said, would you have ever done this for President Biden? And she said, like him, but I don't think so. So that gives you...
It does kind of give you a sense of the sort of energy right now around the Harris campaign. Big coconut energy, if you will. Can you please have another support character? Okay. Don't know what that is. 9? 9. All right, let's talk a little bit about the economy. But we're going to talk about it in a number of different ways. first, let's go to this. The real disconnect between cost of living and workers' paychecks. This is NBC.
Kanika Williams is a single mom of 4 boys living in Cleveland, Ohio. She has 3 part-time jobs, cleaning homes, delivering food with DoorDash, and sorting mail for UPS. She's active at her kids' schools, cooks them dinner every night, and stays present in their lives.
Being around my kids, that's like the number one. So my kids motivate me. I want us to have stuff. I want us to do stuff.
Kanika puts her life together like sections of a quilt, caring for her sons, making money, spending time with friends. Each piece is sewn together intentionally.
When I have a roof over my head, I know when my small necessary bills are paid, necessary meaning lights, water, gas, insurance, rent. I'm not talking about Netflix or any of those wanted things. Once I have those things taken care of, I have freedom.
Kanika has a medical technician degree, and the rise of gig work has given people like Kanika some level of autonomy. But she reminisces about how things used to be for previous generations. Her mother, Brenda, just retired from her decades-long job as a janitor at an elementary school.
I went to that school when I was in 1st grade, and that's where she's retiring from. So those 30-year jobs, those 40-year jobs are gone for us unless we start right now.
Between her gig work at $20 an hour and her UPS job at $16.50 an hour, both above Ohio minimum wage, she says she brings home roughly $1,500 a month. What is your definition of a living wage?
2 jobs and it barely pays for I mean, what is the median cost for a rent? She said she had a kid, 2 kids. Assume a 1-bedroom. I think the cost of 1-bedroom rentals are pretty high right now. Like the median cost of a 1-bedroom rental. $1,769. Jesus Christ. So yeah, that's less. So she makes $1,500 a month working 2 jobs over minimum wage, and she's still making less money than is needed for just a 1-bedroom median. That's all. That's the whole country. Cheapest and most expensive. All added up and then divided by the number of available units. Or the number of units. So yeah. We're not going to watch this all day. We're just going to go on to this. This is a recent story from CBS in New York 4 hours ago, where New York is planning to give out $350 million in supplemental payments to many residents.
More than 1 million New York parents will soon receive hundreds or thousands of dollars in cash from the state through a child tax credit.
Jessica Moore explains who's eligible and the impact on families.
Many parents in New York will soon have a nice chunk of additional money coming their way.
1 million New York families with children will be receiving a check in the mail by the end of August. Depending on your income and the size of the family, it'll determine the amount. Some families will receive up to $330.
Where's JD Vance? He should be out there praising Kathy Hochul right now. She's just giving money to families. Isn't that what he wants?
Per child. You have 3 children. That's $1,000. No forms, no phone calls, no hoops to jump through. It's just going to come to them.
The governor's office tells CBS News New York all parents who qualified for the Empire State Child Tax Credit in 2023 and filed their taxes on time will receive a check in the mail automatically.
So if you're married and filing jointly, you make less than $110,000. Single parent and you make less than $75,000. or you're married, file separately, and are making less than 55. Okay. Does sound like the original child tax credit. Let's talk about expenses that people have. Specifically, let's talk about asthma inhalers. Here's Bernie Sanders from 2 days ago. From $649 to $30, cutting the cost of asthma inhalers.
Anybody here dealing with asthma? How much do you pay for your inhalers?
I do want to thank you because...
Yeah, give her a mic. She wants to thank me. I want everybody to hear this.
Yes, Senator, I do want to thank you because I just called last week to order my asthma medication, my inhaler, and I've always been used to paying $300. And when they told me $20, I was amazed, and I couldn't understand why. So I did a little research, and I saw where you and President Biden have been working very hard, and because of that, I now pay $20 instead of $300. Thank you. I also want to say there is one manufacturer that hasn't come through yet. Teva.
Oh, you've been doing your research.
I sure have.
What we did is we had a hearing, we put up charts, and we say, asthma inhalers are charging X dollars in the UK, Y dollars in Canada, Z dollars in Portugal. Why is it that we are paying, in some cases, 10 times more for the same exact product? So we got 3 out of the 4 big ones. Teva is resisting, but we're working with them as well. And by the way, what the Biden administration has also done is to cap what out-of-pocket expenses for seniors will be at $2,000. So if you have a myriad of illnesses, you will not pay more than $2,000 a year if you're on Medicare. That's a big deal. What we want...
Okay. Seems like a great development here, thanks to the work of people like Bernie Sanders. Let's talk about a different cost that people have. That being housing. And it seems like somebody has an idea for a particular portion of the population as it relates to housing. Here's NBC Bay Area from an hour ago. Apparently, California is proposing building housing for school employees on district-owned land. Sounds like communism or something.
Okay, back to school is just a few weeks away for many of our students, and the state superintendent of schools is ready to roll out a new solution to one of California's oldest problems, building affordable housing for teachers. Here's the plan. The school districts already own the land. They just now need to build the units. Here's NBC Bay Area's Marianne Favreau.
Here in the Bay Area, many of those who educate our children simply can't afford to live near their jobs.
We have teachers that live near Capitola, Morgan Hill, out in Dublin. So they're traveling for many hours a day to get to work.
Today, State Schools Chief Tony Thurmond announced a plan he believes could change that by building affordable teacher housing on property already owned by school districts.
There are some 7,500 school districts that have surplus property. And if they built just 30 units on that surplus property, it would amount to 2.5 million units.
The units would also
now, the way he phrased that makes not a lot of sense. It took me a second to get exactly what he was saying, but I think what he means is that if all of the schools each built 30 units on the, as he put it, unused property, I think, would amount to, what did he say, 2.5 million units? I mean, it's wild.
For district custodians and food service workers.
Not buildings, units, I think. Like a building with 30 apartments in it.
Thurman says it would be up to each district to decide whether to build housing and work to pass bonds to fund the projects. The state would help with the process, including possibly offering tax credits. At the Campbell Union School District, Superintendent Dr. Shelley Veramontes says she likes the concept, but has some concerns.
I would be concerned about the district getting involved in housing, and would that or could that take funds away from student learning, because we would now be dedicated and have to cover the costs of construction.
Terry Baldwin is the president of the Palo Alto Educators Association. She says more affordable teacher housing could help students too.
We want to recruit the best educators for our students, and housing would definitely be a benefit.
And there's
Yeah, interesting. It would be a benefit, wouldn't it? How great. Hopefully this takes root in other places. I mean, honestly, we just need to start building housing wherever we can. If we're not going to do some of the other more radical things I've suggested, like forcing, although we've seen it happening in some places, but like forcing Airbnb to stop doing business in places, unless we're going to start, I don't know, telling people that they can't have more than a certain number of properties, including these sort of, venture capitalist vultures. Okay, speaking of short-term rentals, let's go to CBC News here in Canada. Apparently thousands of short-term rentals are still in British Columbia, operating illegally.
Thousands of British Columbia's short-term rental listings are illegal. That's according to preliminary analysis by the Ministry of Housing. It reviewed more than 22,000 short-term rentals listed online and found that nearly 11,000 properties across the province are operating outside of the law. The ministry obtained the figures from such rental companies as Airbnb, Vrbo, and Booking.com. Now, as of May 1st, the province adopted new rules that require most short-term rentals in BC to be the owner's principal residence. It was an attempt to get more available space on the long-term rental market. For more on this, we're joined by Tom Davidoff. He's the director of the UBC Centre for Urban Economics and Real Estate, and we reached him today in Vancouver. Tom, great to speak with you again. Thanks so much for making time for us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So we're 3 months into these new rules in BC, and yet 10,000, roughly 11,000 short-term rental listings are not living up to the standards of these new rules. Is this a sign of these rules being ineffective or growing pains here? What do you think?
Well, first of all, it's a very strong financial incentive to break the rules because you can make more money on Airbnb in a month after expenses than you can as a landlord. And there's no rent control to worry about. So unless the enforcement were very strong, it's not surprising at all to see landlords trying to get away with this.
Yeah, I mean, the math, when you look at some of the analysis that's been done recently, it doesn't add up for investors these days. There was a report by CIBC recently that showed
in Toronto that when it comes to new condos, investors are losing money. 80% of investors are losing money every month. And
Yeah, we did look at that. We did look at that because people can't keep paying the incredibly high prices that they've been attempting to charge for just forever, especially considering wages in both the US and Canada have not been keeping up with these things. This guy needs media training. He looks like you think that he looked like a serial killer? I mean, the lighting's not great. Not gonna lie. But he's like a data scientist, right? Or something like that. Okay, let's look at this sort of cathartic story here to some degree. I think for many here, probably. Maybe not all. I've certainly been boycotting. Perhaps you have as well. This is from BBC News from 8 hours ago. McDonald's to rethink prices after sales fall. Is that what you want to rethink? Okay. Wait, what is happening? Oh, shit. Should we do this one? Fuck it. I already know this. Yeah.
McDonald's has been hit by its first fall in global sales since the start of the pandemic in 2020, as lower income consumers struggle with the cost of living. The boss of the fast food giant says the poor results are forcing them into a comprehensive rethink on the prices they charge. Here in the UK, the price of a Big Mac has gone up by almost 2/3 since 2020. McDonald's shares rose as the firm promised to develop cheaper meal deals. Michelle Fleury has been following the story.
No amount of special sauce can make higher prices more palatable, as McDonald's has found out. Sales at the burger giant sputtered, consumers around the world shying away from the higher cost of burgers, fries and soft drinks. Even the CEO admitted it was too expensive.
Beginning last year, we warned of a more discriminating consumer, particularly among lower-income households. And as this year progressed, those pressures have deepened and broadened.
On a call with investors, McDonald's said food, labour and paper costs had risen by as much as 40%, forcing it to raise prices. But one analyst we spoke to noted that the Golden Arches had been faster on the draw with price hikes than its rivals.
McDonald's pricing increases have been faster than the rest of the industry. Consumers are savvy, they are aware of that, and we think some of what needs to happen is that gap needs to narrow.
Yeah, I mean, the prices are probably part of it. But I do think a lot of people have chosen to stop going to McDonald's that have been participating in the BDS movement. The fact is that a lot of people in the BDS movement are younger, and younger people tend to be lower income. See how I reverse engineered that? Bangers and mash? I don't believe they sell that at McDonald's. Okay, let's talk about this story here in business. This is pretty big news, honestly, and it's not getting a ton of attention. I mean, CBS here has done a story on it, but I don't see anybody talking about it yet. But this is honestly pretty big news and has some serious implications for a little company called Amazon.
Now to this important consumer alert. Federal regulators today ruling Amazon can be held responsible for hundreds of thousands of defective products sold on its online marketplace. The crackdown means Amazon will face increased accountability to its customers. Senior business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent is here. This is a big story, right?
This is a very big deal because we're talking about 400,000 products right now. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says that those are subject to this order, and we're talking about faulty carbon monoxide detectors, hair dryers without electrocution protection, and children's pajamas that violate federal flammability standards.
Yeah, there are tons of products on Amazon, and I've seen investigations on YouTube, mostly of people showing just how bad and defective some of the products on Amazon are. I think we've all probably had at least one purchase where it didn't at least operate as expected, whatever else. And they pose a serious safety risk to the public in general. In fact, I think we saw a story recently that Amazon allows for lead to be in like cookware and all sorts of other shit like that. And it's just yeah, it's about time that this happened, honestly. Although Amazon is already attempting to appeal, hopefully it doesn't go all the way up to the Supreme Court, because I feel like we know what'll happen if it does. Or I could be wrong. Maybe, maybe something crazy happens.
The problem right now, though, is that full list of products is buried in a legal document on the agency's website.
Okay, so I'm a consumer. How do I know if I'm buying from a third-party retailer?
Well, chances are you are buying from a third-party retailer.
Yeah,
60% of products sold on Amazon are from third-party sellers. And on each product page, what you want to look for is the sold by line. Anything other than the word Amazon is a third-party seller.
And so what does it mean for an Amazon shopper if you got one of these faulty products?
Yeah, so basically the CPSC is forcing Amazon to take legal responsibility for what other businesses are selling on the platform, and this is really a first-time thing.
And when they use terms like legal responsibility, that means that Amazon could be sued for any sort of, any sort of injury or wrongful death, or any other sorts of things like that people sue for usually. Opens them up to a great deal of liability. Let's talk about this just a little bit more. CBS News here's got a little bit more context, I think.
The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission says under federal safety laws, Amazon is responsible for hazardous products sold by third-party sellers on its platform. The agency blamed the company for not taking the proper steps to encourage the return or destruction of the faulty goods. As a result, the CPSC has issued an order for Amazon to come up with a plan to notify customers of the issue and to have the products removed from their homes. More than 400,000 products are affected by this ruling. They include faulty carbon monoxide detectors, hair dryers without electrocution protection, and children's sleepwear that violates federal flammability standards. Let's bring in CBS News senior business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent for more on this. So good to see you. Essentially, the commission is saying Amazon helped distribute these hazardous products and thus is responsible for warning people and providing remedies, right? What does this all mean?
It essentially means that Amazon no longer can claim the argument that, oh, it's been sold on our platform, but we didn't do the selling. Now the CPSC is saying Amazon must provide a plan to have these items either removed or encourage destruction from those who purchased these items. You listed a few of them there. We're talking about hair dryers without electrocution protection.
Destruction. That's a hilarious term.
Children's pajamas without the proper flammability standards that violated those standards. And so Amazon now is under pressure. And what's really important about this is that so much of what you're purchasing on Amazon is actually fulfilled by Amazon product, a third-party product. You may not necessarily notice it. It is marked.
Okay, I think that's probably good. I think we get it, right? Yeah. Honestly, I think it doesn't go far enough. That's just because I think Amazon is a exploitative, terrible company. Ruining America. And the world. Not just America. And space. I almost forgot. Jeff Bezos. Space running thing. God damn you, Jeff. Okay. What's next? Oh. This is what's next. Well, I hope you've all been enjoying the show. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. I need those likes so that I get boosted in that sweet, sweet YouTube algorithm. And still, not enough subscribers on YouTube to be monetized. Due to that fact, I'm, well, not being paid by YouTube for any of this work. Now, if you want to help me, survive galactically, if you will, well, here's a good idea. You can become a producer on Patreon. It's not your only option. You also have Twitch, where I think bits are the most bang for your buck, pays the creator the most. I am thinking about starting a throne. Potentially, we'll see. Yeah, for now, really the place to go is Patreon, because you get all sorts of super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. Alright, chat, intergalactic break here. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay. Calling all space fans. The show is about to get back to the good stuff. And by the good stuff, I mean the environment. That's right. Let's start with the environment here. I think we'll do this one first. Trash sucking robot hits Italian beach.
This is Vero, or vacuum cleaner equipped robot. It's a robot dog that uses AI to identify cigarette butts on the ground and suck them up with vacuum cleaner attachments on each foot. Vero's developers hope it's the solution to one of the world's most pressing environmental problems.
I thought, why not place the feet in a good way that while you're going, you're doing something useful. We can quite easily distinguish what are cigarette butts, for example, and that's just a start.
Dr. Claudio Cimini is part of the design team at the Italian Institute of Technology in Genoa.
The Vero robot is really born out of almost a frustration of seeing how people are just flicking away and just leaving the cigarette butts on the beach in the small alleys. And these are places where machines can't access, like let's say the cleaning vehicles that can clean the roads very efficiently, and the squares on these little hard to access areas. There must be a different way, because if people need to pick them up by hand one by one, this is obviously not a solution.
It's obviously not a solution. I don't know. It does actually seem like an obvious solution, actually. You know? Or people could just not throw them on the ground. I mean, they are on the ground right now, but I don't know if an AI powered dog vacuum cleaner is the answer to all this. You appreciate anybody who doesn't turn AI into a RoboCop dog with firearms built in? Well, I mean, that's fair. I mean, it's definitely better than that. That's a low bar. It's a very low bar. Not gonna lie, that thing does not look like super effective. Like, I don't know exactly how many robot dogs are gonna need to be created for this man's cigarette plan, but just God, it feels like there's got to be a better way. Not everything needs to be solved with technology. Okay, let's talk about the wildfires that have been happening across the West. Start in Canada, go to south. Let's go to BC first. As wildfires have forced hundreds of BC residents from their homes. This is global news here to start us off.
Recent rains and cooler temperatures have reduced fire behavior in some areas, especially in the Cariboo. We'll get to that in a moment, but the southeast portion of the province is still a very big problem. We have over 360 fires to tell you about, but we're going to concentrate on this area around Slocan Lake and the valley in there, where the Comanco Creek fire at about 2,300 hectares is causing all kinds of problems, including across the lake, with all of these evacuation orders in the regional district of Central Kootenays. A lack of wind is giving fire crews in the Slocan Valley a chance to make some progress on a cluster of these fires burning on both sides of the lake. But as Aaron MacArthur reports, a string of evacuation orders has forced hundreds of people from their homes in this region.
Crews busy removing fuel around hydro lines in the Slocan Valley.
6 fires burning along the lake have already resulted in hundreds of properties put on evacuation order. Over the weekend, nearly 400 more homeowners forced out in Slocan.
I'm still very stressed out. It's, you know, a trip for sure. Like, it's something I don't want to go through again.
My husband has stayed home, and my son, my oldest son, to defend the property if they can.
The rain that fell on many parts of BC Monday hasn't materialized in the Kootenays yet, but cooler weather with lighter winds have given crews a chance to extend fire guards and to remove fuel. According to BC Wildfire Service, none of the fires in the Slocan complex experienced any significant growth over the last 24 hours, but challenging terrain and dry conditions making the job of containing the fires difficult.
The changing weather conditions has been difficult. What occurs in the morning and then what comes through in the afternoon and how that affects the fire, but particularly the smoke layers that are present for most days make it very difficult for us to employ aviation assets that are there to support ground crews in firefighting operations.
The weather also expected to degrade as the week goes on. Evacuation orders expected to remain in place. The Mulvey Creek fire has forced the village of Slocan to bypass its water treatment plant, and with Highway 6 closed between Slocan and New Denver, the Ponderosa fire has the potential to cut off road access south.
It was clear there a lot of resources had been deployed to create those fire breaks to prevent the fires from moving and hitting critical infrastructure.
Okay, so yeah, you heard them. Over 350 fires active right now just in the province of BC. Oh shit. There we go. Sorry, my stream software is already getting up to its usual antics. And we talked about the Jasper fire all week. If you missed that, man, some of the devastation there was utterly tragic. Let's go on south here to talk about all the wildfires now burning in the United States. Fire crews are battling wildfires that have left a trail of damage in the United States. In California, the Park Fire has grown into one of the largest wildfires in the state this year. It has scorched an area greater than the city of Los Angeles. The mountain town of Cohasset was heavily impacted. Did you notice that they used the same exact thing that we use for reference? On the first day, we talked about this having reached 300,000 acres. We used LA, the size of the city of LA, as a reference for just how much area we were talking about. The Park Fire started last week when authorities say a man pushed a burning car into a gully. The blaze encroached on the town of Paradise in Butte County over the weekend. In 2018, a wildfire in the area claimed 85 lives. And that they're talking about the Paradise Fire. Park Fire is the largest of dozens of active wildfires across the U.S. that have burned more than 2 million acres, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. Along with parts of California, red flag warnings have been issued in, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming, I think you said? Idaho, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming. 2 million acres already burned. Just this year, and fire season is definitely not done. Oregon is burning too. Yeah, we talked about that a few days in a row. Let's keep moving here.
Now to something we've covered extensively here, the raging wildfires in the West, where new flames have erupted in Arizona and Colorado. And the Park Fire in Northern California is spreading. It has now become the 6th largest wildfire ever in that state. And that is where we find Jonathan Vigliotti, who is on the ground there. Jonathan, good morning.
And Nate, in football terms, Cal Fire this morning is in offense thanks to cooler temperatures. You're actually watching them set what are known as backfires, burning through all of this dry vegetation to stop the main fire in its tracks. The Park Fire does continue to grow this morning, pushing into the north. Meanwhile, overnight, additional evacuation orders were issued.
After nearly a week of battling towering flames, the Park Fire is still raging with minimal containment. Reinforcements have arrived, and almost 5,000 firefighters are now battling the blaze.
We saw this thing just explode. It sounds like some of these forests haven't burned in decades.
Yeah, so like it's just dead fuels.
Ground and aerial teams are fighting heat and rugged terrain to prevent wind-driven embers from igniting more forest.
We had spot fires and we lost a couple hundred acres, but with the crews and the air attack and the helicopters that were putting in good work yesterday, they were able to kind of contain those couple hundred acres.
The man accused of starting the fire, 42-year-old Ronnie Stout, appeared in court Monday. Prosecutors say he pushed a burning car into an embankment. The district attorney said Stout claimed it was an accident.
Is this an accident and his car suddenly and mysteriously rolling downhill, or is this a situation using physical force?
Now we heard testimony, eyewitness report from a woman who said she saw him do this thing they're alleging in relation to pushing a burning car into a ravine. And she seemed to think that he had pushed the car. It's not all 100%. Let's go to this here. This is the most recent footage or sort of update on the Park Fire. This is from 2 hours ago. California's historic Park Fire, only 14% contained. Although that is an improvement from 0%, which is what it was at for days.
CBS News 24/7 on Wild.
And the wildfires in the western half of the United States are intensifying as the man.
I'll go to this one. There we go.
It took less than 1 week for Northern California's Park Fire to burn more than 383,000 acres. This satellite video shows the fire's growth since it started last Wednesday. The flames and thick smoke have spread across 4 counties. The fire's 260-mile perimeter is about 30 miles more than the driving distance from Washington, D.C. to New York. Here's another comparison to put things in perspective. The 383,000 acres that the Park Fire has burned through is the equivalent to nearly half of the entire surface area of Rhode Island.
I swear to God, that's what we used. I also said that if you combine this fire with the Tucky fire, whatever it was in Oregon, this encompasses the entire area of Rhode Island. It's super weird. It's like they're listening to the stream to get ideas.
Which is approximately 777,000 acres. As of Tuesday evening, the fire was only 14% contained. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti is on the ground in Chico, California with a look at conditions. Jonathan, what do the emergency responders have to do to contain this fire to get past that 14%? How does that actually work?
Great question.
Yeah, John, the work that CAL FIRE is doing has been incredible. So this has been mainly a wind-driven event. In the first few days of this fire, it quickly exploded. You had crews playing at that point defense, trying to hold back the flames. But in the past few days, the wind has subsided, giving these crews really for the first time the opportunity to play offense. We have been with crews throughout the day, starting very early this morning, as we watch them, hundreds of them, form a line and intentionally starting what are known as backfires, literally burning dry vegetation to prevent the main fire from continuing to grow. As you probably know, fire feeds off of dry vegetation. Without that vegetation, these mega fires can't explode. It has been incredibly effective. You mentioned 14% containment.
Jeez, fighting fire with fire, literally. And by the way, if you notice this, in the other video it said the 6th largest, but within 12 hours it went from having been the 6th to the 5th largest wildfire in California state history. So yeah, historic fire, essentially. Historical. I forget which one's better in that situation. Yeah, absolutely horrifying. It's sort of a daunting, what do you call it? Potential foreshadowing for the rest of this year, considering this is really the beginning of fire season, not the end of it. Still like 2 months left. Alright, where are we at now? Let's go here. California man saves home from wildfires after losing insurance coverage. My God, this is like an intersection of like so many things we talk about on this goddamn stream.
About a month ago, we were dropped. We did not have any insurance on our house, so we put in a line, put in a high pressure fire pump, and put up sprinklers all the way around our property, around all of our structures. And that enabled us to fight the fire. But I will tell you that this is actually my first fire that I've ever been through. Family and friends were like, you got to get out of there. I decided to stay. I had a couple of people with me to fight the fire. First thing in the morning when I get up.
So this dude, and apparently 2 other people, risked their lives to save this property because the companies refused to insure him. I mean, oh my God. Smart. Well, I mean, it looks smart in post with everything having gone well. It could have gone poorly, I would point out. In which case, I think we would be. Oh God, we wouldn't be calling him dumb, but I mean, it'd be sad. But the fact is, you know, this guy bought a house or whatever, some property, had insurance, then lost it because the insurance companies can do whatever the fuck they want. Even though the American public bailed them out to the tune of trillions of dollars. Now, here is a concerning story, which links up with the park fire, because we saw in the park fire that this unhinged individual may have, in fact, caused it intentionally. This is a very similar story. 9 hours ago. 9 hours ago from Global News, Nanaimo community on edge after suspected arson caught on camera.
You can see all the burn to the paint there.
It didn't take much for the flames to catch. Residents here now left to wonder, what if?
The damages, the dry heat, it's insane out here.
Leslie Gerard captured the incident on his surveillance camera. It shows a man walking down an alley and stopping as a car passes by. Moments later, smoke is rising high above the fence.
Thankfully, people passing through the alley, noticing it, running into their yard, getting their attention, getting a hose.
It's the latest in what appears to be a string of intentionally set fires in this Nanaimo neighborhood. Residents say there have been 3 in the last few weeks, adding to a concerning trend that's been developing for several years now.
You know, we had a fire literally right across the street at the condo building. We had another fire just outside the crematorium. Way too many.
For residents, it's a constant reminder of just how vulnerable the community has become.
8 or 9 police cars.
It's calling for action when it comes to those struggling with mental health and addictions.
Support.
Yeah, this is a disturbing story, considering all the things we've been seeing recently. And the fact is that most wildfires are started by people. You have multiple instances of people of arson happening, and it's a concern. It's a real concern. We don't need intentional fires. We already have enough unintentional ones, from fireworks and campfires and power lines, whatever else, right? A mirror placed at the wrong fucking angle. Don't need people running around starting fucking massive wildfires. I mean, the one guy started the fifth largest in California state history. All right, now let's go to Colorado. Actually, wait, no. Sorry, there's one other fire in California we're going to look at, which has been growing and prompted evacuations. Here's global news from 7 hours ago. Nixon fire prompts evacuations. Park fire grows to size of LA. Whoops, just muted it. Nixon fire raging in Riverside County in California burned over 2,700 acres and remains uncontained, according to officials. The fire, which ignited on Monday, has led to evacuation orders in parts of Aguanga and surrounding communities. Meanwhile, the park fire burning in the state's Central Valley continues to grow, becoming the 5th largest wildfire in California state history.
Right now, to my knowledge, it's the largest fire in California, and it could be in the nation right now with its acreage, right? It's over 360,000 acres. So right now, it's a very large fire. It's the biggest fire in California. So we are putting all our resources and ordering as many as we can to come and combat the fire. And like we said, in less than a week, we approximately have, I think, 100 structures that have been damaged. No casualties, no injuries so far, so it's very successful on that end. Right now, what we're anticipating is the weather is going to start rising in temperature, so that's going to present a challenge in itself, right, with our firefight. Our tendency is probably going to be that we're going to see the fire grow a little bit. Things that surprised us all is how fast the fire moved in such a short amount of time. I have not personally seen a fire grow so fast in such a short amount of time. We can kind of say that there was a lot of fuel in the area where the fire started, and coupled with the winds, where we've seen a little rise in wind, over the previous fire seasons. That, I think, it was just the right recipe to get this fire going and going really quickly. I know.
Okay, so yeah, Nixon fire has grown very quickly. It started just in the last 24 hours. The park fires, of course, still massive and not under control. I'm gonna go on to this. Let's go to Colorado. Alexander Mountain Fire grows to over 1,800 acres Tuesday morning. We looked at this, I think, yesterday. It was only like 100 acres contained to the top of this mountain, and it is now 20 times bigger.
Thank you for joining us live on our stream, CBS News Colorado, for an update on our top story, the Alexander Mountain Fire. In just the last hour, we learned the fire has grown to more than 1,800 acres, and there is still no containment. The fire was first reported at 10:30 Monday morning. Evacuations were ordered shortly after that. The fire grew to 300 acres by 2:45 in the afternoon. Crews continued to do what they could to slow the spread, but the fire continued to grow. Your reporter, Justin Adams, has been in Loveland all morning long. And Justin, you heard an update from the U.S. Forest Service just a little bit ago.
Well, Michelle, you just said that it grew over 1,800 acres. How about 1,820 acres in size is now this Alexander Mountain wildfire? And I want you to take a look at the fires. You can see the huge plume of smoke. And because we have some clear skies, we get a better look at this fire right now that has literally doubled in size from what we saw from this morning. Remember, this morning it was at 992 acres. Now we're looking at 1,820 acres inside, and there is still zero containment. Now take a look at this video that we have from our helicopter. You can just see the flames continuing on the rocky terrain, and this led to mandatory and voluntary evacuations in the area. Larimer County Sheriff spoke about why they made the decision to put those evacuations in place.
We draw a great big box early on. Because it's easier to say you're okay and then be right, that's bad, and then be wrong, and now we have to move you, and we don't want to move you at night or have you move at night. So we drew the...
Yeah, that does make sense. Better safe than sorry. Better not be driving directly through flames and smoke. At the last possible minute. Maybe be proactive. Now, there's been more evacuation ordered, put in place. Colorado.
Continue to follow breaking news. Evacuations now in the town of Lyons as fire officials brace for changing wind conditions tonight. Officials say the Stone Canyon fire is likely over 100 acres and growing. Air Tracker 7 flew over the scene of the blaze and captured what appeared to be a structure that had already been lost to the flames.
Residents should move to the evacuation point that's located at the Boulder County Fairgrounds in the exhibit building.
Let's bring in Denver 7's Veronica Acosta now live outside the Alexander Mountain Fire in Larimer County. That's about 8.
Wow, this is right. This is right on the Wait, this has got to be more than 100 acres. This must be the evacuation zone. Yeah. This is the mandatory evacuation zone, but this is very close. This right here appears to be where the fire is. This is very close to this this town here, Loveland, it looks like. Jesus Christ.
Acosta now live outside the Alexander Mountain Fire in Larimer County. That's about 8 miles away, burning just north of the Stone Creek fire.
Yeah, and the way we saw that smoke just billowing, Veronica, again, those winds a major concern for the firefighters out there tonight.
That's been the biggest concern all day long. You know, you mentioned winds are a concern over in Lyons for that separate fire. They are the same concern right here in Larimer County for the Alexander Mountain Fire. Those winds forcing that fire to move to the west, to the east, even to the north. It has gotten very, very close to the Sylvandale Guest Ranch. Take a look at this video. We were able to capture this just about an hour or so ago during that media briefing. This was predicted, though, by these crews. They say a lot of that smoke ended up moving toward Berthoud and Loveland. We know that more than 3,500 acres have now been burned, still at 0% containment. You guys, there are a lot of aerial crews up trying to get a handle on this fire. They are going to get different water drops. That's taking about 7 minutes.
Okay. We are done talking about wildfires in the United States. My throat has been fucked up all week. Oh, I know why it is. It's because I went to that wedding. Smoked a fucking cigar. Oh, God. That's probably it. Alright, we're not gonna leave Colorado. We're gonna talk about something in Colorado first here. Before we leave for other things. Dead fish are stinking up Sloan's Lake in Denver. Here's why, according to Denver 7.
The heat is also impacting the fish population in Sloan's Lake in Denver. We received reports about dozens of dead fish floating in the lake. So we went to Denver Parks and Recreation for answers. They tell us the heat is bringing down oxygen levels in the lake, killing fish. Another factor is blue-green algae in the water, which is common in the late summer. The City Parks Department says it is removing the dead fish.
Short and to the point. Overheating and algae. Overheating and algae killing fish in Denver. A trend we are seeing practically all over the world. Disturbing trend, which seems to pop up on this stream practically every fucking week. All right, let's go to this. This is wild. This is insane. All right, prepare yourselves. Now imagine yourself at the beach, trying to enjoy your day, taking in the beauty and the serenity of the ocean. And then suddenly, the Bible happens.
God! This is, I have never seen anything like this in my life. I mean, this is insane. Oh my God. It is unbelievable. Everybody's patient. It is, oh my God.
Jesus
oh my
fucking
God.
Christ.
Panicking.
So yeah, that was a swarm of dragonflies surprising beachgoers in Rhode Island. Is the Bible new? No, not that I'm aware of. Pretty sure it's pretty old school. I was just joking about the Bible. I'm pretty sure it was locusts in the Bible, not dragonflies. It was just the reference that comes to mind immediately. Just an entire beach full of dragonflies. My God. Horrifying. Okay, I thought we should pay attention to this, at least keep ourselves aware of what may be to come. It is hurricane season after all. Here is WRAL out of Raleigh 15 hours ago with the tropical outlook scenarios. According to them, 60% chance of developing.
All right, we do not want to forget about the tropics, right? We keep talking about our weather situation here, but it's so important to talk about the tropics, Kat, because it could affect us down the line.
And you know, there's no reason to panic at this point, but there is something that you should be paying attention to over the next week. We're going to be tracking this system. Looks like nothing right now. Great news, but the conditions are going to be changing as it moves to the west. It's going to be moving out of this plume of Saharan dust, and it's going to be moving into even warmer ocean waters. So it's as we get toward the end of this week and into the weekend that we could begin to see some development. In the meantime, you know, it's just going to kind of look like nothing on satellite here. The good news is models are trending a little bit weaker today, as well as the ensembles with the system. Keep in mind, models tend to do better at the track of tropical systems, and one of the things that we still really need to improve on in meteorology as a whole is intensity modeling. So we'll watch to see if that trend continues. We really need this to start coming together.
So yeah, but you can see, hold on, you've blocked everything. Go back. Where were you? God damn it. There we go. So yeah, you can see this is the storm that she's talking about, but there is more sort of stormy systems here coming off of the west coast of Africa. You can see that heading in this direction. So this is the first one that they're talking about, looking at, keeping track of, but there is a likelihood for a storm to develop in the next week or so off of this first system. So I figure we would just at least keep track of that. And it does seem, at least according to their models, it would most likely make landfall on the east coast of the United States. Hard to say for sure, though, because it really hasn't formed into much of anything yet. Okay, let's keep it going. All right, here's a fun one. Global news from a day ago. Shipwreck filled with champagne bottles discovered by Polish divers. Polish divers about a 19th century shipwreck filled with bottles of champagne off the coast of Sweden.
Ja z kolegą zeszliśmy
Together
właśnie
with
na
my
Bałtyku.
colleague, we went down to the
Tam jest
seabed of
głębokość
the
około
Baltic
60
Sea. It's
metrów.
about
No,
60
okazało się, że
meters
to
deep.
jest
It turned out that
stary
there was an old
żaglowiec.
ship
Ten
there.
żaglowiec jest prawie w całości,
Ship is
czyli
almost
nie jest mocno
intact.
zniszczony, tam jest lekko dziób
Not much
uszkodzony.
destroyed, only the bow
I na
was a
początku
bit
tak nie
damaged.
zwróciliśmy
In the
uwagi, jaki
beginning,
jest
we didn't
ładunek
pay
tego, więc po
attention to
prostu
the cargo of
opłynęliśmy
the
cały wokoło i zaczęliśmy znajdować bardzo dużo
Just
butelek,
swam
przede
around
wszystkim
it, and we
w
noticed
pierwszej
many
kolejności
bottles,
butelek
in
od szampana.
particular
One były
champagne
widoczne
bottles.
wszędzie, bo prawdopodobnie ich było
They were seen
najwięcej na tym
everywhere,
placu.
because most likely
I one
these
się
are
po
most
prostu
of the bottles that
porozsypywały
were
nie tylko były na wraku, ale
made and
również
were
gdzieś tam
shipped
obok
around the world.
leżały.
They were not only on the shipwreck,
Już
but they were
wiemy,
also
jaki
lying
jest
nearby.
producent
We
tego
already
szampana. Wiemy,
know
że to
who
jest
the
bardzo
producer of the
ekskluzywny
champagne
szampan.
is. We know it is a very exclusive
Najprawdopodobniej
champagne.
ten szampan był
Most likely this
własnością
champagne belonged to the
cara,
Tsar.
czyli był ładunek
So the
przeznaczony
cargo
do
was meant to
Rosji,
go to Russia,
więc to
which
tak naprawdę
completely
podnosi
increases
bardzo
the
mocno
value a
wartość.
lot.
Wiadomo, że na stoły carskie nie trafiały byle
We
jakie
know that
produkty,
it was
więc
not
to musiało
random
być wszystko
products that
ekskluzywne.
Hold
Wiemy
on.
też, bo jesteśmy
You're going too fast, pal. You know there was not random products that were delivered to the Tsar's table.
produkty, więc to musiało być wszystko ekskluzywne.
So everything must have been exclusive.
Wiemy też, bo jesteśmy w kontakcie z producentem
We
tego
also know,
szampana,
because we are in touch
że
with the producer of
specjalnie
the champagne, that
pod
the
cara
champagne
był
produced
produkowany
specifically
właśnie
for the Tsar,
szampan,
which
który
was
był bardziej
sweeter.
słodki dla niego.
Just for him.
Jeżeli się okaże, że to rzeczywiście będą te butelki, no oczywiście
If it
musimy
turns out that these
wyciągnąć
are
ze
those
zgodą
bottles, of
Szwedów taką
course, we need to
butelkę i
get
wysłać do
permission from
producenta,
Swedes
żeby potwierdzili,
to
czy to
bring
jest
a
ich
bottle
produkt.
out and send it to the producers
I
so they
wtedy
can
będzie
confirm
wiadomo tak
whether it's
naprawdę,
their product.
jaki to jest szampan,
Then
czy
we will know
nadaje
what
się dalej
kind
do
of
spożycia
champagne
i
it is.
jaka jest wartość tego szampana.
It's still edible and what the value of the champagne is. They're considering drinking this? Interesting plan. Interesting plan. Would you drink how old would that be? Like a 150-year-old bottle of champagne? One's in chat if you would drink that champagne. Okay. It's cool though. It's fun. I just figured we would do that because we're constantly talking about just the worst stuff. That's a hell no from my dogs. If it was still good, I would. From Jonathan. Your mom would also try it. Okay. Well, wow. Okay. It seems kind of split out there as to whether or not people would try it. We have 31 likes. Okay. That is a 7. Okay. Done with the ocean. Fuck you, ocean. Just kidding. Just kidding. Let's go all the way to Greece, where there have been a number of wildfires that have broken out recently. And firefighters are currently struggling to battle said fires. This is on the island of Evia.
Firefighters continue to battle a wildfire on Greece's second biggest island of Evia as authorities ordered the evacuation of 2 villages. The fire broke out Monday and strong winds fueled its spread. The situation has slightly improved, but flare-ups remain a risk due to windy conditions. More than 200 firefighters, 13 aircraft, and 6 helicopters were at the scene. Wildfires in Greece have become more frequent in recent years due to increasingly hot, dry summers that scientists link to climate change.
Last year, more than 8,000 blazes broke out in Greece, fire brigade data shows. Since May 2024, hundreds of wildfires have burned across the country, which was just recorded its hottest June record heat wave. In 2021, a devastating wildfire raged for nearly a week in northern Evia, turning more than 115,000 acres of land into ashes, destroying homes and killing animals. I remember those. Remember those pictures. Archaeologists found honey that was still edible from ancient Egypt. Interesting. There's just a little bit more footage of this I figured we would look at. Hey, hold on, is this different? I feel like this is what we just saw. Wow. These hills are just completely engulfed. It does not look like a fun time. Like the big hoses might be fun, not gonna lie, but then you add in the danger and the heat. Kind of cancel each other out a little bit. Okay, now let's go. Wait, I guess backwards to Sicily, where Sicilians are dealing with drought as tourists continue not to notice. I wonder why.
After an almost rainless year in Sicily, lakes are dry and fields are scorched. But water is still gushing from the taps for tourists. While drought is hitting the Italian island, fountains inside Agrigento's famous archaeological park are still flowing, and pools in rows of hotels are full. Islanders are surviving as they have for decades. They store as much as they can in cisterns and use tankers to deliver water. And they do it so well that visitors don't notice the difference.
We were told in our apartment we stayed at to conserve water because there could be a shortage. But anywhere else we've stayed, it hasn't been a problem.
To get through the summer, the local water authority has rationed water for almost 1 million residents. They are allowed.
I love how the guy's like, it hasn't been a problem for me. Been great. I'm sorry, wrong accent. Hasn't been a problem. Hasn't been a problem at all.
Little as 2 to 4 hours a week. But that rationed water and delivery with tankers so far is proving to be enough to fill the cisterns. 2024 has been the worst year for rainfall in over 20 years, according to the Civil Protection Regional Department. Lake Fanaco, which supplies water to Agrigento province, used to collect up to 18 million cubic meters of water during an average rainy season. But by April this year, the lake's water level was already below 2 million cubic meters, and it's
not even a lake anymore. It's just a puddle. My God. That is horrifying. But yeah, this is a record dry year for Sicily. So while people are enjoying the tourism and not thinking about the water, the locals are having to deal with it. Up close and personal. Yeah, wow, that picture of that lake is disturbing. That so bad, and you can see that it must have been dry most of the year. If you go back, you can see that there's like non-water plants, right, growing out of here, right? This appears to be some kind of a weed. So it, seeds must have been deposited at some point that grow outside of water. Must have been there for, like, God, how many months like this? Good God. Water cancel culture. Speaking of water cancel culture, let's go to this in India, where landslides caused by heavy rains killed nearly 100 people, according to the most recent data that I have. Let's go to this first from the Associated Press on the story. Oh, shit. Oh my God. Okay, first off, this is way too loud. But did you see that? It's like an entire forest. Oh my god. These are huge. So like I was saying, they've so far recovered at least like 90 or so bodies of dead people, but they believe that many more are buried right now beneath the mud and debris that we were just looking at. got another piece here. This is from BBC News 10 hours ago.
We start in India, where the government of the southern state of Kerala has declared 2 days of mourning after more than 90 people were killed in a series of landslides. Officials say almost 100 people are still missing. Images on social media show railway lines and roads underwater in forested areas, torrents of muddy water sweeping away trees and bridges. Many people are feared trapped in areas that the emergency services have yet to reach. Samira Hussain is our South Asia correspondent. She told me the casualty figures are expected to rise.
Most people expect that that number is actually going to go up. They're saying about 250 people have been injured so far, and they have the Indian Navy that is efforting in the rescue attempts. You also have members of the Indian Army that are also involved in the rescue operations. What's really making it all really difficult is, of course, that it continues to rain there, and it was those rains that triggered the 3 consecutive landslides very early in the morning Tuesday here in India. And now they're trying to reach those communities that are basically cut off from other parts of the region. There's a critical bridge that connected one area that suffered a landslide, and that has been destroyed. And so the army is actually building a rope bridge to try and reach some of those that are stranded. You know, officials there believe that many people may have been swept into those rivers that have become really swollen and muddy and just become trapped under that water. So really now the race is on to try and get to some of those people that are stranded behind those mudslides.
And some
That sounds bad. So yeah, 250 people were, at least so far, reported to have been injured, nearly 100 found dead, and many more potentially swept away, trapped under debris and mud. All from heavy rains that have hit the region recently. I think it's all somewhat part of the system that hit southern China from Typhoon Gaimi. Speaking of that, let's look at this as the tail end of Typhoon Gaimi lashed China. On its way through, at least 22 people were killed. This is from Al Jazeera from 2 hours ago.
Days of heavy rain overwhelmed barriers in China's Hunan province, flooding people's homes with muddy water. Emergency workers rescued people trapped as waters rose in this village. Some could only escape through their windows.
It was so dark, the water was up to my waist. It was very deep and murky, and I couldn't tell what I was stepping on.
Thousands of people have been forced from their homes. This is one of 4 schools in the area being used as a shelter. The downpours were caused by the remnants of Typhoon Gaimi that made landfall in China's southern Fujian province last week. That led to waters breaching 3 dikes along the Zhuanshui River. Much of China has been battling torrential rain and flooding in recent weeks, with at least 15 provinces now on emergency alert.
I don't think you can say Typhoon Gamey and dikes in the same sentence.
Phrasing?
Just gonna put that out there.
They triggered landslides and cut off villages. Much needed supplies have been flown in by helicopter. In the northeast, another low-pressure weather system caused heavy downpours that flooded large areas of farmland. Authorities warn the heavy rain could impact the grain harvest. Experts say climate change is making this kind of extreme weather more common.
One of the impacts of global warming is that it tends to heat up the ocean. And so therefore, there will be more moisture going into the atmosphere. These typhoons, when they make landfall, because you have all this moisture coming in, will therefore tend to bring much heavier rain to these places where they were not used to.
The rain is set to continue in the north in the coming days. China's leaders are warning controlling floods.
Damn. Look at that. That is fucked. That's all storefronts right there. It's all like people's
continue in the north in the coming days.
Like you can see here, I think that's where an actual river or some kind of like a canal is. Because like you can see the posts right here. But like this is all clearly a walkway. This is very
China's leaders are warning controlling floods this summer will be difficult as major waterways like the Yellow River are likely to overflow. And with the typhoon season set to continue into August, the government is likely to come under more pressure to protect those who are vulnerable.
Doesn't appear to be quite as bad as like Brazil got it this earlier this year, but not fun for people in that area, I'm sure. I mean, certainly not for the 22 who died. I guess it's that time already. Well, I hope you have been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe. They both really help out. If you'd like to help out even more, well, you have a very good option, a number of options right now, but the best one is becoming a Patreon subscriber, where for just a few US dollars a month, you can gain access to a whole bunch of very awesome, if I don't say so myself, galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. Write that down while you're taking this short break.
Done what? Always believe in what can be, unburdened by
right, chat. I am back. Get back to your seats, space fans. Time for the final half of the show. Okay, where are we gonna start this here final portion of the oldie galactic stream? Space. I think space is a good spot. Let's talk about this. CBC News from 2 hours ago. How to watch this week's possible Northern Lights display.
We may be in for some dazzling sights in the sky tonight and tomorrow. Scientists say recent activity on the sun could cause bright northern lights, possibly visible to Canadians in the south. The sun shot flares and magnetic plasma into space over the weekend, and that wave of energy is expected to be fairly intense as it arrives here on Earth over the next couple of days. The energy and small particles can interact with gases in our atmosphere, lighting up the sky. Canadians in the southern part of the country were treated to the aurora borealis most recently in early May. Well,
she's got the house Carl vote. What is a house Carl?
next guest, Chris Ratzlaff, is a seasoned aurora chaser and who has plenty of experience viewing and photographing the northern lights, and he joins us now from Airdrie, Alberta. Thank you so much for making time for us, Chris.
Thank you for having me, Jacqueline.
So I explained a bit about what's going on up there, but what will people be able to see over the next couple of nights?
I mean, really, it's a great opportunity for Canadians across the country. When we get events like this, it brings the northern lights further south into the more populated areas of Canada, which means we can see the green, the pillars, the reds as they're overhead. Really is where we'll be able to see them best.
It's pretty beautiful, not gonna lie. Gotta love those northern lights. Liquid hot magma. Lydia was your house Carl in Skyrim. Okay, I will take your word for that. I'm actually unfamiliar with that. I didn't play Skyrim. I did not play that game, and for that I am sorry. Okay, let's go to this. One more piece of space news here. Atlas V rocket carries a secret Space Force payload into orbit.
Three, 2, 1. We have ignition.
That was the moment a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket lifted off from Florida's Cape Canaveral. It carried a secret payload for the U.S. Space Force into orbit for a national security mission. Tuesday's launch also marked the 100th national security mission carried out by the ULA. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood joins me now for more. Bill, the Atlas V launched.
Space consultant? That sounds like a fake job.
Its last.
I know, coming from a space podcaster, it's sort of throwing rocks in glass houses, but seriously.
National security mission on Tuesday. The builder, United Launch Alliance, already has retired its Delta IV family of rockets and is flying out the remaining inventory. How's that all going, that process?
Well, it's going very well, John. You know, as you saw, the Atlas V chalked up another flawless flight today. They have 15 more of these rockets in the inventory. 6 of them are going to be used to carry Boeing Starliner spacecraft up to the space station through the end of the station's life. and the others are launching the Kuiper internet satellites. You know, the Amazon version of Starlink that SpaceX is launching. Those are going to start flying pretty soon. And so the Atlas has a full schedule. Now, what the company, United Launch...
Just what we need. Just what we need. Jeff Bezos needs to get his Amazon satellites into space. Totally necessary.
Alliance is doing is they're transitioning to a brand new rocket called the Vulcan that really combines all the good points of the Deltas and the Atlases, but it costs less. It's very powerful, and that's the rocket that United Launch Alliance sees as their future with these big national security payloads and commercial payloads as well. So all of that's proceeding.
We need to be not sending national security stuff into space. Okay, less space lasers, please. So yeah, this whole thing here costing a bunch of money, sending space lasers out into low Earth orbit, as well as helping out old Jeffy Bezos and Amazon get their satellite network in place. How thoughtful. All right, enough space news. Space is frustrating me today. Oh, God. Let's go to Venezuela. As if you haven't heard, somehow there was a election that happened in Venezuela over the last I think like week and a half, couple weeks, something like that. Yesterday, I guess, I think it was, yeah, I think it must have been yesterday when they declared that Nicolas Maduro had won the election. The opposing party claimed that there had been voter fraud, and shortly after that, protesters came out into the streets. Let's start with this. This is from Guardian News. Thousands protest across Venezuela. The statue of Hugo Chavez was torn down as demonstrations swept across the country. Just one, only one who can be serious and say the truth. This is why we are on the highway, because we clearly won. That's clear. Yes, we are tired. I have 23 years living under the same government, and it has always been the same. Shit and more shit to keep rolling and shit. No, that's not enough. I want a future for my daughter. I have not been able to study. I got out of high school and had to go straight to work. Leaders in the region and beyond are questioning the veracity and legitimacy of the vote. Independent exit polls indicated a landslide victory for the opposition's Edmundo Gonzalez. Venezuela's opposition leader, along with Gonzalez, has claimed a victory. I'm very excited to tell everyone that we have 73% of the voting tally. And with this result, our president-elect is Edmundo Gonzalez. Okay, now yesterday we talked about this a little bit. I had sort of made some allusions to at least the comparison back to Juan Guaido. We talked a little bit about the U.S. having attempted 2 different coups, at least in the recent history of Venezuela. And yeah, thought that was all important context for this. Also discussed how there have been sanctions, increasing sanctions on Venezuela over the years, which has caused more and more economic stress in the country. Now, I'm not saying any of this to say that somehow people aren't protesting for the right reasons, anything like that. The fact is that this is what happens with these kinds of sanctions that have been imposed on Venezuela. It almost always winds up hurting the people in the countries that they are imposed against. And it has been very bad for people in Venezuela, especially after the most recent round of sanctions imposed by the Trump administration. Things got dramatically worse with the Venezuelan currency and inflation in the country. So I think people have legitimate concerns and, what do you call it? Right to be upset about their living standards at this moment. But I think it's good to at least be right where we point blame in this. However, since Maduro and his administration has essentially presided over all this, they are being blamed by a great portion of the population. Now, I don't know. There's been no real clarity yet, as they have not yet released all of the vote tallies for each one of the voting machines as they usually do. So for now, it's really kind of unclear, although it's not a great look to not have, done something that you always do with elections. It's a weird vibe, is all I'm saying. Let's go to this. Democracy Now! From 12 hours ago. Venezuela. Maduro claims victory, accuses opposition of coup attempt following disputed election.
Protests.
No, not yet. Yep. You can clearly see there's a lot of people out on the streets.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Anti-government protests erupted Monday in Venezuela after National Electoral Council declared President Nicolás Maduro to be the winner of Sunday's presidential election, giving him a 3rd term in office. According to the Electoral Council, early results show Maduro received about 51% of the vote, while opposition candidate Edmundo González received 44%. But the opposition's rejecting the official results and claims it is proof of election fraud. On Monday, Nicolás Maduro accused the right-wing opposition of attempting to stage a fascist coup.
It is not the first time we are facing what we are facing today. An attempt is being made to impose a coup d'etat in Venezuela, again, of a fascist and counter-revolutionary nature. I would call it a kind of Guaido 2.0. History repeats itself, first as a tragedy and then as a comedy. It seems that Hegel said it, and then Marx popularized it. History presents itself as tragedy first, and then repeats itself as comedy. We've already lived this. We saw this movie, the same movie, but with a similar script. The protagonists are the same. On the one side, the people who want peace, democracy, prosperity, progress, and on the other side, elites full of hate with a fascist counter-revolutionary project tied to the U.S. empire.
On Monday, Venezuela's Attorney General also accused the opposition of attempting to hack Venezuela's election system, saying the alleged cyber attack delayed reporting on vote tallies. Venezuela opposition presidential candidate Edmundo Gonzalez rejected the official results.
What happened during today's polling day was a violation of all rules, to the point that the majority of electoral registers have not been handed over. Our message of reconciliation and peaceful change still stands. We are convinced most Venezuelans also want this. Our struggle continues, and we won't rest until the will of the people of Venezuela is respected.
International response to the election in Venezuela has been mixed. China, Cuba, Russia, Iran, Honduras, and Nicaragua congratulated Maduro on his re-election. Mexico also said it would recognize the election results. Meanwhile, 7 Latin American nations signed a joint letter calling for a complete review of the election results. Venezuela responded to the letter by pulling diplomatic staff from those countries: Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, Peru, Panama, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the U.S. government had serious concerns about the results. The elections come at a time when Venezuela is facing an economic crisis caused in part by U.S.-led sanctions. According to the UN, more than 7 million Venezuelans have left the country since 2015. Protesters in Caracas decried the Maduro government.
I came to the street. We want freedom. We are tired of this government. We want to change. We want to be free in Venezuela. We want our families to return here. We do not want them to leave anymore. We want to be free with our families.
For more, we're joined in New York by Alejandro Velasco, associate professor at NYU, where he's historian of modern Latin America, former executive editor of the NACLA Report on the Americas, and the author of Barrio Rising, Urban Popular Politics and the Making of Modern Venezuela. He was born and raised in Venezuela. And in Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, we're joined by Adriana Chavez, a reporter who writes for the news site Venezuela Analysis. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's stay in Caracas.
Hold on a second. Can't listen to this whole thing.
Not reported very much that there were actually 10 candidates for president in the Venezuelan election. That's far greater choice than the American people get in your normal presidential elections. What has been the response of the other minor candidates who ran for president to the election results?
So yeah, that is actually quite interesting because Venezuela had 10 presidential candidates. 9 of them were opposition to the Maduro government. And of course, Edmundo Gonzalez, who was the far-right opposition candidate, was Maduro's main rival, but that doesn't mean that the other candidates should be dismissed. Some of them actually were presidential candidates in 2018, and they managed to get quite a significant amount of votes. So they have quite a following. They have some supporters. Some of them have actually been very open, saying that they trust the Venezuelan voting system, that they trust that the electoral results are going to be fair, are going to be correct. And many of them have already said that they trust the Venezuelan authority and the results that were given on Sunday. Some of them haven't said anything yet. And of course, there are some presidents, but some.
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna move this a little bit forward. But like she was saying, there was 10 options for people to vote for, and everyone but the far right, that being the Gonzalez, was it Eduardo? I can't remember his first name. Are not contesting the election results.
In Latin America. Professor, your response to what is going on in Venezuela post the election?
Yeah, well, first, thanks very much for having me.
Some of what we're seeing in Venezuela, as Andreina was commenting on, seems to adhere to moments that we've had of electoral contests and disputes in the past. There are some really important differences here. I think the primary claim that the Venezuelan government is leading or is feeding into allegations of fraud is that it's yet to release the vote-by-vote, the machine-by-machine tallies that it has done in previous elections in much shorter time frame than it has at this stage. Hacking allegations aside, the question of whether or not it can match the actual returns from each machine to what has reported as the electoral victory of Maduro remains a big question, and it's something that we have seen from not just right-wing governments in the region, but also left and center-left governments, the Brazilian foreign ministry, the Colombian government under Petro, the Mexican government as well. All of them issued recently a declaration or a statement asking the Venezuelan electoral authorities to release this data in order to make sure that there's trust in the outcome. So on the other hand, of course, you have the opposition, which, as Andreina well mentioned, certainly led by Maria Corina Machado, has in the past made allegations of fraud that have been unsubstantiated. The difference now is that in a press conference yesterday, they released what was a very significant body of these electoral returns that people can go and check online, and they can match with what the witnesses at the various precincts actually had at the end of their at the voting night on Sunday. So right now, the real struggle, the real battle in terms of thinking, what happened on Sunday is lays at the feet of the National Electoral Council, and to the extent that they can dispel doubts, dispel criticism about the actual returns by releasing this evidence, will have greater clarity.
And Professor Velasco, if you can talk about the effect of the sanctions and the role of the U.S. government that you suspect now or that has been proven. The Washington Post ran a very interesting piece on sanctions, actually U.S. sanctions around the world. And they quote in that piece Thomas Shannon, who served as Undersecretary for Political Affairs at the State Department under President Trump, who said, this is the point I made at the time. I said the sanctions were going to grind the Venezuelan economy into dust and have huge human consequences, one of which would be out-migration, said Thomas Shannon. And migration is a major issue, with millions of people leaving Venezuela since 2015. Can you talk about that and where you see the U.S. role today?
Yeah, absolutely. The vast academic literature, both in the case of Venezuela and more broadly around the world, has proven that sanctions have negative intended political outcomes than those that they seek. In most cases, the significant effects are felt not by governments in power, but by the population at large. We have to remember that when Trump came into office, he instituted what he himself called a maximum pressure campaign against Venezuela, which Marco Rubio called the harshest set of sanctions since the Cuban embargo of the 1960s and, of course, until today. It's unquestionable that that has had a massive impact on the Venezuelan economy and certainly led to so many people leaving, millions over the course of the last 10 years. However, it's also true that it has shifted the policy agenda of the Venezuelan government towards dollarization and towards reducing some of the social programs that it had championed under the presidency of Hugo Chavez, which has in turn led to discontent on the part of the population. Some of what you showed.
Yep. It's all basically been manufactured by our government, by the U.S. government. This discontent, the destruction of Venezuela's system has just been pretty easy when you isolate a country from the rest of the world like this, as the United States has done. Now, we still don't know, like you were saying, necessarily the official election results, as the tallies, which are usually released, have not yet been. So, hopefully we will see what all happened here later on this week. You would think we have 30 here. Yeah, I know, but the stream software is lagging. We're 3 hours into this darn stream, and we have on deck Astrid for now. Can't seem to get her up on the screen. Okay, let's go to this. Across the pond, a UK company by the name of Standard Chartered, which I believe is a international bank, has decided they've been doing so good that they have unveiled a record $1.5 billion share buyback.
Standard Chartered, or Stanchart, announced a record $1.5 billion share buyback on Tuesday. That's after the lender's pre-tax profits climbed a forecast-beating 5% to around $3.5 billion for the first half of the year. On these results, the London-headquartered bank, which earns most of its revenue in Asia, upgraded its income outlook for 2024. It now expects more than 7% growth in operating income. This bumper buyback, Stanchart's biggest...
So yeah, historic sized stock buyback for Standard Chartered. So good to hear banks are doing so good that they just they're just showering themselves with their own money now. All right, let's talk about something kind of fun for just a teeny tiny bit. Let's go to this from France. Vive la France. If you're not familiar, the 2024 Olympic Games are being held in France. Let's take a look at what's happening here.
Dans un contexte olympique, avoir un lieu comme ça, comme la Pride House, ça permet vraiment de mettre en avant tous ces athlètes qui sont out, qui vivent très bien leur compétition en étant qu'ils sont eux-mêmes et en utilisant leur plein potentiel. L'idée, c'est d'avoir ces rôles modèles qui puissent parler aux autres athlètes et vraiment aller plus loin et être eux-mêmes à 100%.
I wonder how mad that sign makes Andrew Tate. DEI in sports? Oh, God. During my career, I was told I had to be straight to get media attention and sponsors. They pressured me to do that, so I wouldn't be who I really wanted to be. Today, there's a long way to go. So the test of femininity, it's really sexist, but also homophobic and transphobic. The fight is intersectional.
Illegal.
Can we get Robin Williams? Can't just add things to the dice. I can't add sides to the dice. It's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous, and I won't entertain these shenanigans. An entire galactic UN formal vote was done on all of this. Can't just go willy-nilly changing things. All right, let's keep looking at things. Let's look at the Olympic cauldron. Oh, thousands gathered to watch the Olympic cauldron. Oh, it's just about that.
If you ask to anyone, even a kid, make me a drawing about freedom, about liberty, be sure that most of them will probably draw a bird, a balloon, something floating into the air. So basically, it was also for me a way to express this beautiful national motto that it's talk about France, but to talk about everyone.
Yeah, it looks really nice. I think it's. I'm not sure there's been anything similar to that in any previous ceremonies. I don't remember, but I guess it was more classic in the previous ones.
No, definitely hasn't been done before, mostly because I think floating a what do you call it? Like a cauldron filled with actual fire, probably dangerous, impractical. What was the movie where Robin Williams was a robot and then died? Bicentennial Man. You know, you could become a galactic patron, and then using your galactic patron benefits, you could have Bicentennial Man added to the other scenes, and then you'd see him at other times, but not. Then you'd see them. You see him every day, right? Regardless of what the dice said, you'd see him, right? And that, I think, is a real bonus. Let's go to this. This is something we've been talking about a bunch. If you're not already aware, they're planning on using the Seine River in Paris for the biathlon or the triathlon event. However, leading up to all of this, there had been tests done on the water revealing that there was essentially sewage-related bacteria such as E. coli present in the water. And Paris's mayor, I believe, came out and swam in the water to reassure everyone that it was very, very safe. NBD. However, as of 13 hours ago, the men's triathlon event has been postponed over water quality concerns.
What? It's science.
Still no swimming in the Seine at the Paris 2024 Olympics this year. Organisers said this morning that they've had to postpone the swimming leg of the competition because the quality of the water down here just doesn't meet health standards, and they are now hoping that they can organise it tomorrow, Wednesday. Now, the key player here is going to be the weather. We've gone from torrential rain during the opening ceremony last Friday to scorching heat in just about 3 or 4 days. But that's a good thing. I mean, dry weather is a good thing. Rain causes levels of E. coli and bacteria in the Seine to rise. So organisers have their fingers crossed that it stays dry. However, and this is the issue, the French Weather Service is forecasting storms for tonight and light rain for tomorrow. it may be so that Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo and her friends were the first and last people to take a dip in the Seine this summer.
Oh boy. Okay. So they're gonna go swimming, then get the thunder shits. Something. So perhaps they may not even do it, like he was saying. The event might be canceled. They were talking about it before if it didn't meet the necessary standards for health. Could turn into the biathlon instead of the triathlon. Let's do this. Those of you from the USA, time to gloat. CBS Evening News from 5 hours ago. The U.S. becomes the first nation to win 3,000 ever Olympic medals.
Finally tonight, a new milestone for Team USA. The U.S. has now won more than 3,000 medals between the Summer and Winter Games throughout history, more than any other country. CBS's Jamie Yukas reports a number of those medals are thanks to the U.S. women's gymnastics team.
USA! USA!
Team USA women's gymnastics dominated the team all-around final. Suni Lee, Jade Carey, and Jordan Childs all stunned the crowd. But tonight's biggest star was no surprise.
Who's your favorite?
Simone Biles.
Simone is a freak.
Rebecca Barr and her daughter came from Atlanta to see the star gymnasts.
We've been planning this trip for 4 years.
Yes, 4 years.
Yes.
Is it living up to everything you wanted it to be?
Absolutely. Yes.
Team USA men's gymnastics is hopeful there'll be new interest in their sport after winning bronze, medaling for the first time in 16 years. Steven Nedorozic's superhuman performance of Pommel Horse is now turning him into an internet sensation, with many comparing him to Superman's alter ego, Clark Kent.
I'm doing my breath exercises. I'm doing everything I can to control my environment.
Meanwhile, in a surprising upset, a tearful Coco Gauff lost her singles tennis match. Jamie Yukas, CBS News, Paris.
Okay, let's go straight to this. This is the update on the current medal count at the Olympics. At least the top 5, I think.
Here's a look at the medal count. The U.S. picks up 6 more medals today, one of them gold for a commanding lead. Japan has the top spot in golds with 7.
Whoa, slow down. As you can see, the United States has currently got the most medals. However, Japan has the most gold medals. Great Britain, not so great. Seems like just okay, Britain. Doing all right, Britain, but great? I don't know. That might be going too far. Just basing it solely on gold and total medal counts and nothing else. My dogs look sad. Wait until I know you're sad now, but the Winter Olympics will be coming at some point. What is it, 2 years from now? And then you can gloat, my dogs, because Canada's always up there. Canada's always up there for the Winter Olympics. Britain dips freedom fries in mayo? Ugh, that's gotta be the reason for all of this. Okay, enough Olympics talk. Figure we'd have at least just a tiny bit of fun talk about that. Keep it moving to other shit. And by other shit, I mean we've just got an absolute ugh. We've got so much to talk about right now in the Middle East that we are basically going to go straight there. First, though, one story in between it all. Let's go to this from Reuters from 4 days ago, where apparently the United States is upgrading Australia's northern bases. Is there no volume? Oh, no, it's...
And overhauling it, constructing hundreds of millions. From above, it's clear to see that Tyndall Air Base, set in remote shrubland of northern Australia, was designed as a small airfield with fast jets in mind. Now it's buzzing with new construction. The United States has quietly begun overhauling it, constructing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of facilities there to support B-52 bombers, F-22 stealth fighters, and refueling and transport aircraft. The expansion aims to help U.S. ally Australia project power into the South China Sea if any crisis erupts with Beijing. The Australian government also has its own program of new projects at Tyndall, spending $980 million on hangars, a new airport terminal, and other facilities which are near completion. Fiona Pierce is a Royal Australian Air Force wing commander.
What we're moving towards is a multi-purpose base, so we're going to be big enough to take any aircraft in the world and to park and fly every different variant of aircraft. So there's runway increases, fuel increases, and a whole bunch of other facilities that are being worked on as well.
Australia is the top overseas location for U.S. Air Force and Navy construction spending under 2024 and 2025 U.S. congressional defense authorizations, totaling over $330 million. A few hundred miles north, a base in Darwin is also being upgraded with U.S. help. Documents show intelligence briefing rooms, runway upgrades, warehouses, and maintenance hangars are in the works. U.S. Marine Corps have routinely trained in Darwin since a 2011 agreement between Canberra and Washington. Commanding officer of the U.S. Marine Rotational Force, Colonel Brian Mulvihill, says that's now evolved into a regional deterrence role of about 2,000 Marines each year.
So yeah, United States government spending hundreds of millions of dollars to upgrade Australia's air bases. We might need to use them in case all-out war with China. I mean, that's basically what they're saying in this fucking report. I feel like we should spend, like, I don't know, half as much money trying to avoid a war with China. I don't know, do a little diplomacy. You love croissants with a swizzle of chocolate in the middle. A swizzle. Is that a technical term? I do like those, though. They are good. Okay. Well, we have a lot to talk about. Israel has been very, very busy lately. Things have really fallen apart over here with all of this. We're continuing to fall apart at a rapid rate on pretty much all fronts. And it seems to make sense that we start talking about this first in relation to the attack that happened in the Golan Heights. If you're unaware, an explosion happened in the Golan Heights, which Israel immediately attributed to Hezbollah. However, Hezbollah said it was definitely not them, which is odd for them since they are usually pretty forthright with all of their attacks on Israel. They tend to claim these things rather than not. Let's go here to Middle East Eye from a day ago.
أولا أشير خالد إلى حالة من عدم اليقين هم لا يسلمون ب.
Hold on. Firstly, I point out a state of uncertainty. They do not accept the claims of the Israeli army. An Israeli paramedic wearing a red Star of David shirt told me he heard from eyewitnesses at the scene that the rocket that fell was an Israeli Iron Dome missile. But he did not dare record this interview. I asked him for an interview to document this testimony, but he said he would be imprisoned if he gave such statements or information. This is one of the testimonies present around the scene. We are now around the stadium where this rocket fell. There is a state of uncertainty. Some said that what we see now is from Mount Hernan. Some said they saw a rocket fired from the Iron Dome. From Mount Herman falling towards the stadium. This is a testimony I heard moments ago from eyewitnesses. Therefore, regardless of what the Israeli occupation, Army claims there is a state of uncertainty here. There is a lack of trust in what the Army says. The Army, in an official statement, holds Hezbollah responsible for what is happening, claiming that the rocket shell that fell was fired from Hezbollah from Lebanon. But here some people are, and eyewitnesses are saying otherwise, that the place has generally been emptied of those present, and those who have a testimony now does not align with what the Israeli army wants to hear, are practically not present at the site. And we point out a state of closure around the stadium. The Israeli army and police closed off the perimeter and prevented approaching it. As journalists, we asked to enter the stadium to document what is happening. They refused to let us in. Shocking, shocking. Israel doesn't want people documenting something that is unusual. Let's look at this from ABC News Australia from 2 days ago. Unusual. That's in the title. Unusual for Hezbollah to target Golan Heights in rocket strike. You don't say.
Hezbollah is denying it's them. Usually they claim rocket attacks into Israel or into this occupied part of the Golan Heights. They're insisting it's not them. It may be them, but it's still not confirmed. Some people on the ground are suggesting that it could have been an interceptor, an Israeli interceptor rocket that was trying to hit an incoming Hezbollah rocket. On that particular day, Hezbollah did claim responsibility for about 12 strikes into Israel. It's very unusual, though, for Hezbollah to target this.
Yeah, of course it's unusual for them to target this area of the Golan Heights, because that's the occupied part, or like where the place where local Arab Druze populations live, people who did not ask to be a part of Israel but were in fact annexed into Israel. And I would point out, if you didn't hear what he said, 12 other strikes from Hezbollah on the same day, which they claimed all of, and then one strike they're not going to claim? Why?
Which is in the Golan Heights. It's mainly members of the Druze population, Arabic speakers, and it has not been a heavy target for Hezbollah, but Israel...
Okay, like he was going to say, but Israel is insistent upon this being Hezbollah. However, they weren't, just like you just saw in that previous video, allowing journalists to come in and independently document what happened. So, hard to take their word at face value, considering how much bullshit has come out of the Israeli government in the last 9 months. Now, let's Look at this. This is Middle East Eye. Claims and counterclaims surrounding Majdal Shams' strike.
An attack on a football field in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights killed at least 12 children over the weekend. Israel's military spokesman referred to those killed as Israeli citizens, but when he did so, he was immediately interrupted.
שבה אזרחי מדינת ישראל ממג'דל שמס, קהילה, עדה דרוזית. הם לא אזרחי מדינת ישראל.
Interrupted.
Where citizens of the state of Israel from Majdal Shams, from the Druze community, they are not citizens of the state of Israel.
And when some Israeli politicians, including far-right minister Bezalel Smotrich, tried to attend the funeral of the victims, this happened. So what is this all about, and how can it help us understand the Druze community that live in the highly contested Israeli-occupied Golan Heights? So this attack happened on the Druze village of Majdal Shams, and the 12 children who were killed were not Israeli passport holders or Israeli citizens. In fact, they were Syrian Arabs, like much of the Druze community who live in that area.
لتوضيح نقطة غير واضحة عند كثيرين سكان مجدل الشمس والجولان المحتل ككل يعرفون نفسهم باعتبارهم سوريين 100% منذ احتلالهم عام 67 حتى اليوم رفضوا كل محاولات إسرائيل لسلخهم عن وطنهم الأم سوريا.
And most residents of Majdal Shams absolutely refuse Israeli citizenship. Following the attack, many people were quick to point blame on who was responsible for the deadly strike. Israel, the US, and some Syrians blamed the Lebanese group Hezbollah. But Hezbollah claimed the strike was from a misfired Israeli Iron Dome rocket. The funeral procession for the 12 killed children was attended by much of the Druze community in Majdal Shams. The residents kicked out several Israeli politicians who tried to attend the funeral, including members of the Israeli parliament and in particular far-right minister Bezalel Smotrich, and as they kicked him out they shouted, "Get out of here, you criminal." Those living in the occupied Golan Heights are now a mix of Syrian Arabs and Israeli settlers. Syrians in the Golan taking on Israeli citizenship has become more common since the Syrian war erupted in 2011, but the vast majority reject it. Non-citizen Druze, who are a religious minority group, are regarded as having permanent residency status by the Israeli government, but can't participate in elections. Some members of the Druze community do in fact serve in the Israeli army. The Golan Heights is a strategic area that borders Lebanon, Syria, Israel, and Jordan. It's recognized.
Okay. Now let's go on to this. Still talking about Lebanon. But first, before talking more about the strike that happened after all this, I figure we should look at this. This is Channel 4 news from 10 hours ago. According to them, Israel's being accused of using white phosphorus, not in Gaza again, but this time in Lebanon. Wait, is this the... Hold on. This is not the right one. Oh, I see what happened. Oh my god. There it is. There it is.
As Israel fights a devastating war in Gaza, a second conflict is causing death and destruction further north. Along the Lebanese border, Israeli forces trade fire with Hezbollah. A war of attrition that's forced tens of thousands to flee on each side. One of Israel's weapons, white phosphorus, a chemical that produces fire and toxic smoke.
هذا كله من الفسفوري من الجو صار يرعى بالارض الارض الحشيش كله فسفوري كله مريض ومات.
All the soil and grass is not sick and die.
You're not only burning the land,
You're polluting it with terrible chemicals.
I've come to southern Lebanon, where people believe it's being used to drive them off the land for good.
They're shelling for the sake of burning. They want to damage the environment to wear down the people.
Mesa al-Jabal, on Lebanon's border with Israel. 15,000 people used to live here. After months of bombardment, the only ones holding out are a handful of civil defense workers. Osama Farhad is a volunteer.
كل شيء معدات بدائية اللي عندنا. المطارح اللي عم بيصير فيها حرائق ما كلها فيها طرقان. ما فيها كلها طرقات شغالة.
There are no proper roads.
يعني في صعوبة خاصة المطارح الحرشية أو اللي فيها أشجار زيتون واحترق لكننا وصلنا للنار.
See, without gloves? You don't have gloves? Oh, groves, sorry. Especially with the forest and olive groves. They burn before we get there.
The physical destruction is what caused people to flee. But it's the invisible damage that could be harder to undo.
طيب هذا الزيتون اللي احترق بضربة الفسفوري آخر مرة. إني ضربوا قذيفتين فسفوري. واحدة هون. واحدة تقريبا بالبيوت. ما معروف وين.
Osama and his team spent 12 hours battling the blaze.
راح فيهم تقريبا بحدود 1000 شجرة زيتون وشجرة حرشية. يعني الهدف الأساسي من الفسفور ليخلوا العالم تفل وتكره وكل تعبها يروح بلحظة إنه هيك زيتوني عمره 20 سنة و30 سنة و50 سنة تحترق برمشة عين.
The few who've stayed behind live in fear that the land has been contaminated.
كله احترق. كله من الفسفوري هذا. كمان ولعت النار ما بقي منه شيء.
Osama's neighbor Sami al-Hajj lost his wheat fields and olive groves to white phosphorus. His family has lived off this land through Lebanon's many wars, but never before has their way of life been threatened this way.
من الفسفور يعني ما عاد يطلع شيء بالارض. لأن صار في فسفور شتت الدنيا شربت الارض هذا كله مريض هذا كله مريض هذا.
He suspects that the chemical has spread through the soil, poisoning even produce and livestock that were not directly exposed.
Yeah, that's bad. It's completely fucked.
Illegal.
Does anyone know if you're getting rollover characters? Yeah, you have two. You should be getting 2. Okay. Now, after the strike, that is being highly contested, happened in Golan Heights. Israel claimed Hezbollah did it and immediately responded by first attacking a number of targets throughout Lebanon, and then earlier today striking Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, a highly populated civilian area. I guess we'll start here. CNN, 10 hours ago.
I want to go to our Jeremy Diamond, who's standing by in Jaffa in Israel, our CNN military analyst Cedric Layton, and our global affairs correspondent Matthew Chance. Jeremy, let me go to you first, because we do have the statement from the IDF basically saying they are responsible. They carried out what they called a targeted strike. They
carried out a targeted strike. I can't believe you're repeating those words right now. Targeted strike in the middle of the capital of a country. Interesting.
Attacking, I think, a number targeted strike in Beirut on a commander responsible for the murder of the children in Majd al-Shams. But it says at the moment there are no changes in the home front command defensive guidelines.
Now, first off, Israel's presented no evidence, A, yet that Hezbollah did the strike, B, that they have proof of who specifically masterminded it, if in fact it was masterminded in any way. And this all just seems pretty fucking convenient. I would point out that CNN did a report on the last strike, the Houthi strike that hit Tel Aviv, and they were quick to back the United States narrative, discussing how the Houthis had committed war crimes by attacking Tel Aviv, a civilian population in a very, I think it used to be the capital of Israel until Jerusalem was recognized as a capital by Donald Trump.
What does that mean, Jeremy?
Well, effectively, the Homefront guidelines are the guidelines issued to civilians in Israel to tell them effectively what the risk level is at this moment in terms of military action. It's to tell them whether to cancel large gatherings, to not go to school, to be within reach of a bomb shelter at all times. And in this case, the Israeli military has decided not to make any changes to those guidelines, which indicates, at least for the moment, that they don't anticipate that this will immediately escalate any further than it already has.
That's a weird vibe. Why would you not be concerned? Oh boy. Hold on, we can't listen to this whole freaking thing. Most of these interviews are ridiculous. Let's go here.
To go full on into Lebanon right now. Now, whether it escalates into something else that has a momentum of its own, we will see. But that is the issue we're confronted with tonight.
Yeah, indeed. The concern is, how does Hezbollah retaliate, if it indeed does retaliate to this, as we have seen tit for tat before. Let me go to our Ben Wiedemann, who is in Beirut for us. Ben, just give us a sense of what you are learning. We're looking at these images out of Beirut. Streets are packed. You see an ambulance. We've seen some of the first scenes. What are you learning from authorities there, and importantly, about casualties at this stage?
Well, this strike happened just before 8 o'clock in the evening local time. This is a time when the streets are crowded with people, and the neighborhood where it happened, Harat Harek, in the southern part of Beirut, is a very crowded, populous neighborhood. Now, that is where many of Hezbollah's leaders operate out of, but that's also where hundreds of thousands of civilians live as well. Now, we're hearing from the national news agency, the official Lebanese news agency, that at least one woman was killed and several others injured. There are reports in the local media that hospitals in the area are calling for donations of blood as well. Also, I'm hearing that people are lining up, queuing up at petrol stations to fill, because this is an event that, although it comes as a surprise in terms of the time and the place, the fact that it happened was no surprise at all, because it was widely expected that there would be some sort of Israeli response to the attack on Majd al-Shams in the Israeli...
Which may very well have been Israel's own attack on themselves. But have to respond to that. They said it time and time again. They were going to do it, and in fact they did it. They did it. And this, in my estimation, there's no way that this doesn't escalate tensions, right? They had already told, Israel had explicitly told Lebanon, not Hezbollah, but Lebanon, the government of Lebanon, that they would not attack Beirut. Now they've done it. For something that they may have done themselves. There's no clarity on that yet, but thanks to Israel, there may never be, since they didn't allow journalists on the scene. Let's look at a couple of quick pieces here showing more of the aftermath of this strike in Beirut. Main reason I wanted to watch this one is because you can see just how many people are in the street. How many, what appears to just be civilians, right? Attacking an area like this for the purpose of an assassination with a missile or bomb is, well,
illegal.
This is at the site of the bombing, I believe. Yeah. Wait, no. No, it's the next one. You can just see the smoke from where it happened.
We begin our report with Israel's retaliation against Iranian-backed Hezbollah. The Israeli military struck the Lebanese capital city of Beirut on Tuesday. Lebanon's state-run media reports at least one person was killed and more than 30 were injured. The strike targeted a Hezbollah military commander that Israel believes was behind.
The way the fucking media is talking about this is disgusting. In what other context would they be talking about it like this? I think if this happened in, I don't know, Berlin or London or DC or something like that, I think they'd be talking about it in a completely different way, you know? But no, it's in Lebanon, so no big deal. The fact that it's in a capital city in a very populated neighborhood and that civilians were hurt, and you can clearly see this fucking destruction here. How is this? I mean, the fact is, CNN had a journalist on scene in Beirut. Why? Because they believed, even CNN believed, that Beirut was off the table. And yet, here we are. Let's go to this to end our discussion of this particular, well, almost to end it. I have one other thing kind of talking about this. But yeah, this is from 3 hours ago from Al Jazeera in English. According to them, Lebanon plans to file a complaint with the UN following Israel's strike on Beirut.
Illegal.
Special Coordinator for Lebanon, Janine Hennis-Pleshert, expressed her concern late on Tuesday over the bombardment in the densely populated suburb of Beirut, which led to multiple civilian casualties. She said in her statement that there is no military solution, and she urged both Israel and Lebanon to use the mechanisms of the United Nations that were set out in Resolution 1701 to work together to de-escalate the situation. Hennis-Pleshert said that she has been in close contact with all sides to the party. We know also that the head of peacekeeping, the Undersecretary General for Peacekeeping Operations, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, is also in Lebanon for a pre-scheduled visit. The UN has been saying on an almost daily basis since that attack in the Golan Heights, which killed 12 children, that there is real concern about this conflict escalating, and they have repeatedly called for calm and de-escalation. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera.
Yep. So yeah, Lebanon, perhaps unshockingly, a little upset about this going to the UN, or potentially going here to the UN to file a formal complaint against Israel. And hold on. Is Lebanon part of the UN? I'm trying to figure this out. If Lebanon is on the UNSC. I think it is. Which I think definitely complicates things. Alright, let's go on to this. This is from 10 hours ago, where a State Department official was asked if Israel will be considering a ceasefire in Gaza in the event of an all-out war with Hezbollah.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Does this department believe that the Israeli government would agree to a ceasefire deal in Gaza while engaging in kinetic activity in northern Lebanon?
I'm just not going to speculate or speculate the sequencing on as it relates to these kinds of things. First and foremost, as it relates to a ceasefire in Gaza, you heard me talk a little bit about this yesterday. We think that it can unlock a lot of things. First and foremost, create conditions for the remaining hostages, including Americans, to be returned home, create conditions for the influx of additional humanitarian aid to address the situation in Gaza. It also can create the conditions for broader diplomacy to take place to get this region out of the endless cycle of violence. We also believe that a ceasefire and a hostage deal in Gaza can accelerate the possibility of progress, including lasting security and calm along the Israeli-Lebanese border, and that's why we're going to continue to remain focused on that. But I just don't want to speculate on sequencing, and I certainly don't want to speak for other countries.
Sure, it's less speculation. I mean, the secretaries read out with the Egyptian foreign minister stressed the same, that a ceasefire agreement can lead to a diplomatic resolution
Absolutely.
in northern Lebanon. But what I'm asking is whether you've had an indication from the Israelis that that is in the realm of possibility, or whether they believe that it is important first to retaliate fully against Hezbollah before they consider making a deal with Hamas.
Look, I'm not going to speak for other countries and actors in the region. I'm not a spokesperson for them. What I can say is that from the United States perspective, we think that...
How many times has Vedant Patel spoken for Israel in the past? I don't have a list of all the times, but I feel like it's been dozens of times that we've heard him say, well, Israel says this, or Israel's going to do that, or Israel's doing this, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, but now, oh, no, I don't want to speak for Israel or other actors in the area. Okay, Vedant. Okay, buddy. I feel like you're kind of obfuscating here. Now let's go to this. This is disturbing. This is a disturbing development that's been going on over the last 16 or so hours. Let's go here to start off this one. BBC News from 17 hours ago. Israeli protesters storm Israeli army base after soldiers held over Gaza detainee abuse. So yeah, I think a handful of IDF soldiers were recently detained for alleged horrifying abuse of Gaza and just Palestinian prisoners in general. And I'm sure there's plenty more that have done the same things or worse, who are just roaming free. However, Israeli citizens objected to Israeli soldiers facing any sort of punishment for war crimes.
Illegal.
And decided to storm the base where they were being held.
The Israeli Prime Minister has called for calm after demonstrators, including far-right politicians, forced their way into 2 military bases. Benjamin Netanyahu said he strongly condemned the disturbances. The protesters were angered by the arrest of soldiers accused of severely abusing a Palestinian detainee. Israeli media reports suggest the Palestinian prisoner had been sexually assaulted by the reservists. Israel denies allegations by human rights groups that suspected Hamas fighters suffer systematic abuse in detention. We're going now live to Jerusalem to speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell. Yolande, we've heard about these 9 soldiers that have been detained, soldiers who are working in the Sed Teman detention center. Can you tell us more?
Well, we saw those rowdy and chaotic scenes at the detention center. It's a camp for Palestinians who have been picked up during the course of the Gaza war. And it's really become quite notorious with Israeli rights groups, international media, including the BBC, investigating what's happening.
Yeah, no kidding. What was in the sentence and what you just said? Palestinians just picked up. It's not for Hamas militants or anyone who's committed just being Palestinian and in the wrong place at the right time.
There, we've been hearing in recent months how Palestinian detainees are routinely shackled to hospital beds. They've been kept blindfolded and kept even wearing nappies. And really, when the news broke that these soldiers had been detained for questioning for the sexual assault of a detainee believed to be a member of Hamas. We're told, according to Israeli media reports, that he had been left unable to walk. Well, crowds gathered outside the military base, and then what we saw was actually some of those protesters breaking in as Israeli military investigators arrived at the site. Later on, they broke in to a second military base where there's a military court, and really, you know, that's got the Israeli military chief of staff denouncing all of this, calling this unlawful anarchy. We've had the Israeli Prime Minister and other figures denouncing it, but you also have a prominent member of Israel's hardline government, the cabinet minister Bezalel Smotrich, who is from the far right. And of course, as you said, there were far right members of parliament who were among those who...
Far. It's so weird to hear people talk about the far right in Israel when the government just, you know, is in the middle of committing a genocide. What's centrist? What does the centrist count as? Someone's pro-genocide, but also thinks that, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, right? Because basically all of the Knesset seems to be fine with what's happening right now. Or at least the majority of it. Alright, let's go on to talking about this as things sort of developed over the day on this. This is only from 6 hours ago, where Israelis stormed army bases.
Soldiers in this country are a consensus. If they touch our soldiers, we'll build a shield wall. The people will rise up against the government, be it left or right or whatever. Nobody can touch our soldiers. Not the people who died defending us, not my friends who died defending us, not my friends who still stay in the Soroka and hospital. We're here for our soldiers, not for our politicians, not for the terrorists. No, we're here to let everybody know. Nobody will touch our soldiers, our brothers and our...
So it's first time in Israel that the police army, the military police, arrest soldiers from the reserve.
The first time? How is that possible? How is that possible? If that's the case, I think they really got to turn things inward. Can we all AI to make a new set? What does that mean? Can we all AI to make a new set? Can we all AI? No, I don't. That sentence makes no sense. All right. Here's a. You know what? Actually, I take it back. We're gonna do this at the end. We're gonna do this at the end. Let's go to this. This is a disturbing story. Associated Press from 21 hours ago. Lice, scabies, rashes plague Palestinian children as skin disease runs rampant in Gaza's tent camps. We ask AI to... Oh. Are you saying the set isn't the galactic set? The galactic set isn't good enough for you? Is that what you're saying? It's hurtful.
فجأة طلع البنت في راسها حبة صغيرة. أنا حكيت عادي من الحر وحرارة يمكن وشوب وإشي بيأثر على الجلد على الطفل. ثاني يوم صار ينتشر في جسمها. وجهها امتلأ صار مرعب.
It was terrifying.
ببكيش على ابني، ببكي على كل اولادنا، كل الخيام زي هيك، مش على قد ابني انا، كل اطفالنا زي هيك، كلهم قاعدين بيمرضوا. هذا من شو؟ هذا من المياه، مياه ملوثة، مياه ملوثة.
So sad.
نستقبل في عيادة أمراض الجلدية في مجمع ناصر الطب تقريبا يوميا على حسب أيام الأسبوع، طيلة أيام الأسبوع نستقبل من 300 ل 500 حالة أمراض جلدية. النزوح بدرجة أكبر، كثافة الناس في الخيام، ارتفاع درجات الحرارة، قلة المياه النظيفة واستخدام المياه العادمة. الآن أغلب محافظات الوطن كلها مياهها عادمة، وهذا كله بيؤدي إلى انتشار المرض وتفشي أمراض الجلدية أكثر فأكثر في الأيام.
This is fucking disgusting. I cannot believe that the international community has allowed this to go on this far. If we're seeing these images, the people in power must have access to the images that we're seeing. And it is horrifying that it could get even close to what we're looking at right now. Should have been over months ago. Now we're at this point where we're just looking at the epitome of hell on earth. Okay. Here's our penultimate video. This is a Al Jazeera piece from 5 hours ago where Palestinians returned to the ruins of Khan Yunis after Israeli ground offensive to find just absolute just destruction and death. Oh, I forgot to give you a round of applause.
The streets of Khan Yunis.
Hold on. Go back. Good job. Good job for making it this far. 2 videos left. Very close.
The streets of Khan Yunis, once full of people, are now in ruins. Hundreds of Palestinians are returning to southern Gaza, carrying the few possessions they have left.
I'm coming back and I have faith in God. I don't know whether we will live or die, but it's all for the sake of the homeland.
The 8-day Israeli ground operation has left behind a trail of destruction. Homes reduced to rubble, streets impassable, entire neighborhoods shattered. Civil defense teams say they recovered dozens of bodies. Most were found in schools being used as temporary shelters.
The symptoms of decomposition began to appear on the bodies of the dead. It is now up to the forensic science to determine the causes of death and if there is torture involved and other things. We already found dismembered bodies due to quadcopter direct targeting.
For those returning, the challenges are immense. Food, water, and medical supplies are scarce, but they're eager to reclaim what's left of their homes.
What made us return to our home is that we had no refuge or shelter, nowhere to go, no water or even toilets. This is what made us return home. And by the grace of God, we hope for what is good.
As Palestinians sift through the rubble of their former lives, they don't know how long they'll be able to stay here before the next wave of Israeli attacks or evacuation orders. This is just one city in Gaza, but the devastation is repeated in other areas across the Strip. People here say they want to rebuild their homes and live in peace as the
Yep, live in peace, rebuild. Now, it's been estimated that it will take years and years and years. I think something like 10 years or something to just clear all of the rubble in Gaza before you even start rebuilding all of that. How, you know, I might be off on that number, but it's a lot. They went back. It seems nuts. It does seem nuts, but the fact is all those Israeli safe zones, all those tent camps that were built, have been repeatedly evacuated, right? They now are surrounded by garbage, and Israel is bombing those tent camps as well. And I honestly, I struggle to know what I would do in that situation, but hell, I mean, if I had a choice, I guess I would rather be in my house if it still existed, or I don't know. It's just like, what are the options? What are the options? It doesn't seem like there's any better options. They're not being allowed out. Alright, final video. This video is ridiculous. Vedant Patel of the State Department, once again, out there behind the podium, fielding reporters' questions.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
And he was asked a very inconvenient question. Actually, a couple of them, if I recall correctly. Let's just listen to this. I'm not even going to start it with the title. Let's just go straight to this.
Yeah, let me just, a couple of things I'm trying to understand here. You keep referring to Israel's right to defend itself, and the groups like Hezbollah and others as maligned groups, proxy groups, and so on. Don't you think you strip the people of the region of their right to fight for their occupied territories? After all, Israel occupies parts of Lebanon, occupies the Golan Heights. That is an occupied Syrian territory, occupies the West Bank, indeed occupies Gaza. You keep saying that Israel has the right to defend itself. What about the people of the region that have suffered, for what, decades now, maybe close to 60 years, under occupation? Do they have a right to freedom, the right to defend a military occupation?
Let's unpack.
Oh boy. Let's see how Vedant decides to answer this one.
Do they have a right to freedom, the right to defend a military occupation.
Let's unpack that for a second.
Give it a shot.
What we're talking about, let's just use Hamas for example.
Okay.
Is we're talking about a terrorist group, group that has time and time again made clear that integral to their mission statement is the destruction of the state of Israel. They have said, not hyperbole, that if they are able to, they would.
And Israel's made it their mission to destroy Hamas. What's the difference? What is the difference? Because Israel and their defenders have, for the last 9 months, claimed that Hamas is the legitimately elected government of Palestine, and that Palestinians love Hamas. So, I mean, it sounds like it's too... I'm just confused. He's not making a lot of sense right now.
Repeat October 7th over and over and over again if they can. And so just let me be very clear about this. When we talk about the Palestinian people, when we talk about what is in the best interest of the Palestinian people, actions that we think that are reflective of the will of the Palestinian people, I do not believe, this administration does not believe, this secretary, this president does not believe that Hamas is acting in the will, in the interest of the Palestinian people. Is the question, do the Palestinian people deserve equal measures of dignity and justice? Absolutely. That is exactly why we have so fervently championed a two-state solution.
Because Hamas isn't acting in the will of the Palestinian people, but they are the elected representation of Gaza. But who gets to defend in the case that if maybe Palestinians do have the right to defend themselves? He still hasn't answered that question. Let's point that out. I think you all are following, but I'm just confused. This is because Palestine doesn't have. Gaza doesn't have an army aside from Hamas, if you call it that an army, which it really isn't, because he just said they're terrorists. So I'm just confused. What is the plan? Because historically, Israel hasn't allowed even protests, and have indiscriminately attacked protesters in Gaza, civilians, pre the beginning of history, October 7th. And so it's just weird. It's very confusing to me right now, Vedant. I'm not following.
One that would give equal measures of dignity and justice to the Palestinian people. One that would give the Palestinian people their own state next to...
And so that state, you're saying that state would have the right to defend itself against Israel. Is that what you're saying? God, it's very confusing. He still hasn't used the word defend, I don't think, yet in this statement.
One that would give the Palestinian people their own state next to an Israeli state as well. So that's what we're talking about, Saeed. Okay. I do not believe this administration does not...
That's what we're talking about? Because the question was whether or not the people of the countries that are being occupied by Israel have the right to defend themselves. The Golan Heights, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, Gaza.
Believe that these terrorist groups are acting in the interest of whether it be the Palestinian people or the Lebanese people in the context of Hezbollah either.
So do you believe that the Palestinians have an equal measure to live free of military occupation?
Of course we do, Saeed, and that is exactly why we have so strongly and fervently talked about the need for a two-state solution, because there is a need for equal measures of dignity and justice for Israelis and Palestinians alike. And when we have seen action, Saeed, when we have seen action that is inconsistent with that, whether that be in Gaza, whether that be in the West Bank or elsewhere, we have drawn attention to it and will continue to do so. But this administration does not believe that terrorist groups like Hamas or Hezbollah are acting in the interest of the Palestinian or the Lebanese people, respectively.
That wasn't the question. Nobody asked who Hezbollah, the Houthis, or Hamas was. That wasn't the question. We all heard the question here. It wasn't who is Hamas acting on behalf of. No, the question was, do the people being occupied by Israel have the right to defend themselves? The same way that the State Department and the Biden administration has declared that Israel has the right to defend themselves, just unequivocally. Zero red line, zero sorts of things they could possibly do that would... There's no scenarios in which they're not allowed to defend themselves. And yet, he can't even bring himself to say it about any of the groups named just now. It was an utter just... Oh, God. Just an utter failure of an answer. He decided to answer the question he wished had he been asked. The classic political response. Really using that business degree to its limits here, Vedant. Okay. Well, we have made it through another one, chat. Great jobs. Oh, yeah. Appreciate each and every one of you, space fams. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, Minnie, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoa, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. You can get your name added to this list for just a few US dollars a month. Not only that, but you also get a bunch of other super sweet space benefits, including being able to add things like gifts and pics to the sweet sets that we have here in the Galactic Stream. Super secret Discord channel, exclusive content, and more. Write that down. Maybe ask yourself, where can I find that link? Well, it's in chat, as well as in my bio on YouTube.